Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today? I hope that you're all doing very, very, very well. I was setting up and I came back to my stream with the Freedom song playing and Jelly's not going, what is this? Cracked me up a little bit. Thank you, Louisiana Swamp, for becoming a member. And so today we're going to be reacting to Ash MUFAREH's latest appearance on the 360. And they actually did say that this was a powerful experience. It was very powerful, all about empowerment. So I'm looking forward to it. I've only heard bits and pieces of it. So it will be a great time. This was an older song that was made by Jean Oliva, and I can't really pronounce the other woman's name, but I feel like I feel like the girl that did the background harmonizing, which was the other girl, not Jean, she recorded the track first, and then Jean tried to sing over top of it and sing the song. Great fun for all. All of the ONPASSIVE songs are absolutely wonderful. Shows how culty it is, in my opinion. And this one cracks me up. I can't help but laugh at it. Trevor was laughing at me earlier because I was sitting here making the intro, just giggling to myself. So it's going, freedom! And I was like, it's so offbeat. How are they not even harmonizing together? But they have enough songs that I could probably start a live stream off almost every single day with a brand new song for you that you've never heard from them before. Because for the longest time, all they really had was their songs. So that was the only thing that they could create if they weren't, like Marty and Chris doing live streams 24/7. Speaking of, I guess that this 360 Wednesday got off to a very interesting start. There was actually 2 360s this past Wednesday, a couple days ago, on the 10th. And I guess Marty and Chris, and I'm unsure if Rudd was there, they had gone and done a 360 at 6 a.m. on Wednesday, like they normally do. And then when they wrapped up their 360, that's when Ash decided to pop over and send Marty a message and go, hey, I can show up for the 360 now. So I'm going to say hello to everyone because I haven't really done that yet because I'm a very bad streamer. We have Joe here. Good to see you, Joe. I hope you're having a wonderful day at work. Chris is here. Good to see you. Wes is here. Finally free. Jelly Snack is here. Also, welcome to Mod Status, Jelly Snack. Next Level is here. We can't start without Mr. Level. We have Auntie Scamantha is here. I haven't seen you in a little bit. I've been streaming at weird times, though, compared to usual, so that's probably why. And Sabian just made it. Good to see you. Indeed, this is one of the motivating songs. Yes. They see when your products are very, very bad and you're not that great at marketing, I guess you better be good at song, which I'll leave it up to you to decide if they're good at that or not. I guess that's up for interpretation, right? Oh, Joe, you're off today. Oh, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. What you're going through now is like what my husband was going through at the end of him working it. So I hope that you don't experience similar and then end up not being able to go to work like he did. That would suck. But due to this Wednesday starting out very weird, Marty came on and did this very interesting ad for the 360 at about 7 in the morning on Wednesday.
7 a.m. on the 10th, Eastern Daylight Time. We had just left 360.
Mark is here.
Okay, and after we shut down, Mr. MUFAREH gave me a call and says he broke away. He can come. He's got a few updates. So
Okay.
look in the back office. We're going to go back in 360 in the next 10, 15 minutes. Go look in the update section for the link. That's great. So everybody come back. Come back
Okay,
to 360. Thank you very much.
All right, Marty. Thank you for letting us know. It was very good on you. Oh, never
Hello,
mind.
everybody. This is Marty DeGarmo.
No, 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 no.
It is 7 a.m. on the 10th, Eastern Daylight Time. We had just left 360. Okay. And
We're doing it again?
Mr. MUFAREH gave me a call and says he broke away. He can come. He's got a few updates. So look in the back office. We're going to go back in 360 in the next 10, 15 minutes. Go look in the update section for the link. That's great. So everybody come back.
Come back.
to 360. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marty, for letting us. Oh.
Hello, everybody. This is Marty DeGarmo.
It's still going.
Wait. I've seen this.
It is 7 a.m. on the 10th, Eastern Daylight Time.
Yep,
We had just left 360.
This isn't right. This can't be right.
Okay. And after we shut down, Mr. MUFAREH gave me a call and says he broke away. He can come. He's got a few updates.
Everything that has a beginning has an end. I see the end coming.
I do.
I see the darkness spreading.
I do.
I see death.
So look in the back office. We're going to go back in 360 in the next 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Go look in the update section for the link. That's great. So everybody come back. Come back to 360. Thank you very much.
And it was finally over. Yeah, I'm not really sure why Marty decided to upload the video where he announces this 3 times in a row. I don't even know how that happened. It was very, very odd. But that's how the video was posted. So there's that. And then if you went into the back office, you were met with this lovely message that says, "Live now, join us." And it was literally put up there at 7:01 a.m. on the 10th. Says, "We are live now for a quick ONPASSIVE 360. Remember, they had just gone for an hour, right? Because they get up, do it at 6 a.m. They finished it just before 7, right? And then this goes up. And it's like, no, come back. Come on back. Ash called us. He's coming. So come for a quick ONPASSIVE 360. Round 2. Now, the reason why I found this information out is I wasn't up checking them out at this morning. If you guys remember, I've been sick all week. So I didn't catch them at 6 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. What happened is everyone kept calling the 360 that Ash was on part 2. And I was like, why does everyone keep calling this part 2? Where was the part 1? And then I came across Marty's video. And I was like, oh, okay, that's why they're calling it the 360 part 1, 360 part 2. Now, the 360 part 1 did take place and streamed out, but it's been deleted. It's gone. You can't find it anywhere. The stream that these two clowns did together Wednesday at 6 a.m., is no longer up. But what is up is the part 2, which they then streamed yesterday on their channels, and everyone seemed to think that they were streaming live yesterday. I thought I was in a fever dream when I was like reading their comment section. The title even said that it was a recorded video of Ashes, but a lot of the people that watch these guys, they don't have English as a first language, and I'm not even 100% sure if they understand what the hell they're watching, what's going on the screen, or anything of the sort. You know, so it was another situation where they were restreaming Ashes 360, and just the whole chat was acting like it was live. So Ash can stroll in whenever, I guess so. And to the point where they'll wrap up their 360 and then start another one like 10 minutes later because he says that he can come on now. Yes, that was Marty dressed as the It Clown. Yes, it was. I did that. They didn't do that, by the way. That was my edit on their announcement. Wouldn't that have been wonderful if that was part of their announcement? I wish. I wish. So, today we're going to be looking at Ash's part of this 360 when he then made them redo their 360. Ash ruined your night in the Red Room. That's too bad, Salah. Just don't tell Chantel that, you know. She might want to make up for it, and I don't think you want that anymore. I don't know. So this was actually called, like, on Passive 360, the date 4/10/2024, with Mr. Ash MUFAREH Powerful. So we better see
I'm
some
a guest
power.
here, so please take it away. Okay, so this is on Passive 360, and I hope we'll make it quick. I do hope so, but we have a few things to share with you. Number one,
Okay.
I want to say happy Eid and Eid Mubarak to all of those with us in the family in all countries. I guess except 2 countries are celebrating tomorrow, Brunei and Bangladesh.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Everybody else is celebrating today. Hope you enjoy the holiday, and we wish you safety and happiness to your family. The second thing is, I wasn't sure if I should say this, but our brother
Ash doesn't understand how like time zones work. So that I think that's why Chris was kind of like laughing at him. But yeah, I don't think that they understand what that holiday is. I personally don't even really understand what the holiday is.
to Muhammad Kamal, his
I don't
mother is
celebrate.
really not in a good shape at the moment at the hospital. We ask you
That's too
to
bad.
bombard his phone and any way you can post to flood him with prayers and good.
Don't do that. I don't. Is that a good thing to do? If I'm in the hospital, my phone's off. But I wouldn't. I don't think you should bother people when they're. I would personally be really annoyed. Maybe I'm just being biased because I hate everybody. But like, if I was at the hospital dealing with my mother being extremely ill, the last thing that I would want would be like 300 people trying to love bomb me on my damn phone while I'm like calling family members, trying to make arrangements, trying to get people to like come and be with my mom. You know what I mean? It's like, he might have other things he needs to worry about. Maybe don't do that. Leave him a nice message in his O mail or on his O net.
Spirit.
You know?
Hopefully that will help them. I spoke with him, and she's definitely in need for some prayers. That was a sudden thing. She's in Egypt, Alexandria.
Oh, it's the end of Ramadan, so then they get to eat and drink during daylight again. Okay. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But hopefully she will get better once they figure out what's happening with her. The second thing is we have a few things that were scheduled to be released on the 18th of April. They were achieved a little sooner, and
Okay.
some of them are already live. So thanks to our team, they were pretty motivated to accomplish it. I think you're going to start noticing some new additions to OConnect. Like I said, it's constantly going to get better and better and better and better. So I'm going to walk you through a few notes here. You probably didn't notice them yet or realize them, but I'll bring them to your attention. Let's begin with, you see
Okay.
that camera there for obviously the speakers.
So wait, were the features that just got added over the last week then on OConnect, that was supposed to be the features that came out on the 18th? Is that what he's saying?
They will see it because the rest are attendees. You're going to see there's an arrow. So the camera icon got wider. And when you
Oh my
click that,
God.
it brings the settings for the camera, as said previously. So that makes it more convenient to.
The button is wider. That's our big update and big feature that we needed to know about, like right now, that he called everyone back to the 360 for. He should really lead this with something like spectacular. Because, like, if I've already gone to a webinar for an hour and heard these three assholes with him on the screen talk on for an hour, and then you've pulled my ass back to this one because you have a big important announcement, and I get there, and you lead with, we changed the size of this button, I'm going to be, like, very disappointed. I'm going to be pretty pissed off, actually. I'm going to be like, that's what you brought me back here for? You should lead with, like, the best thing you've got in that type of situation, you know? Yay, everybody needs money, but let's add stuff to OConnect. Let's change the button sizes. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's important here. Happy Friday, Violet. Good to see you. The button may have flecks of purple in it. That's very important to know. We also need to know, like, the shade. You know? Like, they're important things.
Select your. Then you're going to have that gear inside.
This is the original quality of the video. Yes, I did not change anything to their video. This is the original quality of their webinar. I don't know if they've changed it since, but yeah, I didn't change it. I just sped it up.
By default, it's probably medium, very easy. You click it, drop down.
I didn't think it was fair of me to change it because a couple times people came in and they weren't sure if that was just the quality of the really bad OConnect or if I had changed it, right? So I didn't really want that happening again. So this time I just sped it up a little bit. So hopefully you guys got the quality of the real video here. You know? Red must be in a lot of natural light. Yeah.
You go ultra high definition.
They all look pretty bright except for Chris. Chris doesn't look that bright. He's like hiding in the RV behind the curtain.
I'm going to select mine and I'm going to go live. You're going to see the difference on my camera. Apply. All right. Look at that. It pops. You see the quality? It boosted my quality at least 3x. Okay.
See, maybe that's what it was. They boosted his quality 3x. Finally, Mr. Marty is quiet. The boss should speak more. It is actually daylight where red is. The sun may be about to set. That is true. That is true. Whereas it's just coming out for most of us at 7 in the morning, right? For him, it would be like dinner time. When it's like, well, here it's most sunny around 5 p.m. Between 1 and 5 is kind of like the time for sun where I live here in Ontario, Canada. But the hottest time of the day is usually around 5 p.m. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's maybe why red is so sunny right now.
That's the first thing. The second thing, all attendees shouldn't be seeing the lock meeting icon now, because previously it was there, but obviously functional for certain people. So to keep it simpler, we thought we should remove that from the attendees part. All right. Another major.
Wait, what? Okay, wait. The lock button. That's when you lock a meeting. So the attendees of the meeting had access to the same buttons as the hosts of the meeting, is what you're saying? Because, yeah, that would be problematic for sure. You don't want that.
Major one, and I think it got some confusion previously, which is when you share the details of any session. Let's forget what used to happen, but first to say what will be happening now, and it's live already. If somebody takes the ID, okay, if they take the webinar or the event ID, and they go join event, and they apply it, it depends on if it's a.
Thomas says the lock button is only for those who live by lakes in Scotland. If you're trying to see the Loch Ness Monster, then you can use it.
Conference, by default, they come as speakers because there are no attendees in the conference. Everybody's a speaker. So by default, they come as speakers. That's already done.
You know what, though? That would be how randos kept jumping on. Like that's not the case anywhere else. Like, okay, when I stream with the recovering Hunbot, for example, and she invites me over on the StreamYards, she has a completely different back of StreamYards than I do, even as a guest. Like, I don't then have the access. Like, the one day I was even like, can I present? I can present and share my screen, but I don't have the ability to invite people. I don't have the ability to do, like, all of the things that you would if you were the streamer. I don't have any of my banners. I don't have any of the, like, special stuff that I would use in mine. You know what I mean? And then you guys, as, like, the viewers, you don't have any access to buttons to, like, run the stream, right? So I'm looking at OConnect and I'm kind of like, why would you give the access to all of the buttons to everyone? That I don't even understand why they thought that that would be a good idea to do. Because then, yeah, like you as an attendee are then doing things to the live stream, right? Then you can lock the live stream. It's so weird. Why would you do that? And it's so funny to me that he's making it sound like this special thing that he fixed that. Like, he's like, oh yeah, before, you didn't even have to be a host to lock the meeting. You could be attendee. But we changed that, so look at us go. Aren't we great? And this is what I mean. I'm like, okay, but it should have never been like that to begin with. Like, that was a mistake. So you're fixing a mistake. You're not adding a feature. You're not, like, giving them something extra. And every time that they do this, the way he makes it sound is like, ooh, this extra feature I gave you where the attendees can't lock everyone out of the meeting. And it's like, that's how it should have been from the beginning. What do you mean? Hello, April. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You know, it's like, I don't understand why. I guess when you have no actual features to add, you gotta just slap the label on anything.
If it's a webinar and they just have that code, You just say, "What's the code?" And they go.
Yeah, or like corn bomb them. Have you ever checked out the drama community for a minute? They're lucky.
Throw it in the join event. They will be as an attendee if it's a webinar by default. So everybody, so you're not going to have, you probably noticed, I don't know if it happened already, the previous session, you got no confusion. Okay, so that is already sorted and it's solid. It's working perfectly. It was obviously giving everybody speaker access without, yeah, so that was just confusing the conference and the webinar. Anyway, we're good now. So that's what matters. So
okay, so I guess their issue is that they didn't really have attendees then. Like you just said, everyone was going in and they were automatically getting speaker status, which, see, like, this is the problem because, and this was kind of the problem with the user manual the other day too, wasn't it? They had to give us instructions for all these different labels of people that they have running these things. So you have the host, then you have a co-host, then you have speakers, and then you have attendees. And maybe that's too much. You know, maybe just learn how to have like a host and a co-host and attendees at first, and then figure out the speaker thing. But it seems like a lot though, like a lot.
let's recap the video and camera settings. It's already live. The lock meeting only available for those who could.
I wonder if the people in ONPASSIVE have used them a lot, Jelly Snack. Like, I've used them, and I can tell. But I'm often like, you know, like people in PNG, a lot of them probably have it. And I guess to them, like, OConnect would seem really great. And that's kind of where the issue lies here, right? That's where their customer base is for that reason. You know, it just kind of sucks.
Obviously, not for everyone. He's the host and co-host, obviously. And of course, like I said, we sorted the event ID. It will take you to the proper access and permission. Now, there are a couple more small things now here and there, but of course, more coming on the 18th. So copy invitation. You can copy the entire invitation now.
See, like, if you have premium Zoom, then you're good. Like, you don't need anything else. Like, you really don't, though. If you're running a business and you have that, you're good. What was it? You could get up to like 150 people in a meeting or something. Like, it was pretty decent. It was like, I don't know many places that would need more than that. You know?
That is available. Okay. The participants window.
Allegedly, it does work on mobile devices, but do be warned that if you're using data instead of Wi-Fi, it's going to eat up your money like mad. So they did finally figure out the mobile version, which I hear is still with the formatting. But anyone that has used it, that has used data, which is about half of the people that are in ONPASSIVE, would have to use data and the mobile device. And the amount of like bandwidth it uses and the amount of data that it has to pull off. I've heard that you could have $10 basically eaten up in 10 minutes of your data plan. And then, like, what would be the point? Then you're literally like going to an hour-long webinar and then you got to pay $100 for data, right? Like, no, thank you. I'm good. Exactly. Then it's just like no point in it. But that's what's happening right now. So there was one of the O founders in either, was it in Dubai or PNG? But I guess he had paid like $8 to watch like 10 minutes on his phone. And it was ridiculous. You know?
If you see there is more at the bottom, like you see it got bigger. If you click participants, right? And you have the word more. Now it's more bold. It's a little bit thicker. It's more noticeable. Previously, you would have to click, the icon at the bottom, like in the tray, the bottom duck.
The other thing is, every time they change a button and change a way to do things, they would then have to update this 170-page manual we just read through. Right?
Duck. We had to click back on it in order to hide the list of the attendees. We made it more convenient now by clicking that X at the top. If you follow, so you click that participant, you click it again, it disappears. You click it, it pops. But if you're there looking at the attendees, oh wow, 3,000 plus and keep coming. You are so popular, Red. Okay, you're so popular in America, and I think a couple more things in terms of stability, all of that. Look at that, it's just perfect. Okay, I mean, what else you could ask for? So we're loving it.
Stability.
Just keep your gratitude for the team that is working tirelessly. I believe we've achieved a great milestone in OConnect, and that is going to open the doors for great steps ahead.
Oh, April, it's because I sped it up. Sped it up a little bit.
So let me give you a couple of important things now. As you know, it's holiday date. So once again, if you just joined us, Eid Mubarak to all of you. Hope you enjoy the holiday. Once the team come back everywhere, basically, we are gonna see some modifications when it comes to start preparing for the next package, sales package. We are in anticipation any moment to see an extension in OConnect. For those who purchased OConnect in the last 6 months, at any point, they will have an extended period added to their account, very much likely another 10 days. And
so another 10-day extension on OConnect.
That could be, possibly could be the last extension. After that, it will be.
It could be. It possibly could be. Now, here's the thing. This is what Ash says. It could be. It possibly could be the last extension. Okay, so he's kind of implying that there's still a chance it might not be. But everyone took this announcement that he's making right now as this is the last extension, guys. It's coming. It's coming next time. 10 more days. We're going to get our commissions. Let's go. And that's how they've been acting over the last 2 days.
Paid. And in a way, I'm glad we have a little bit of a gap, like some hours or so. Probably it's not going to be one day for those who their extension expired. So we can probably appreciate what we're taking, some of us. I don't want to say taking it for granted, but I think it's a good reminder that we have something worth.
It's 10 days plus 300 days. It's Ash math.
Gold in hands, and we're not paying for it again. So the company will take the check once again.
You should, Louisiana. Find out. And I bet you she pays less for it with her company. Like their whole software company probably pays less for theirs than people in ONPASSIVE pay for OConnect. Mark says, might have been, could have been, might have been, should have been, Mr. Bean,
Again, and we'll pick up the check once again. And I don't know if it's not the last one. Could be another small extension here or there, but it is possible this could be the last extension, and from there we will take it to different packages. That's been said.
So it's possible this will be the last extension. right? Not for sure this is the last extension. They get extensions like free trips to the salad bar, yeah. Greetings, Ken. I wonder if Ash was in special ed math like me, because his math don't math. It doesn't make any sense.
It is time to regroup with some of our early bird founding members. Do you remember that position? Okay. And we said we're going to brainstorm with them when needed, all of that. So some of them will be invited to weigh in and give their input, which we really need, okay, because some of them are active and interactive in the team, in the field, so they can give us valuable input. So what would be reasonable setup. I don't want to say prices and all of that. That is dictated by the cost and the team and etc. So, but we need some brainstorming, if you wish. Okay, and
so but that's the thing, is how do you pick people to brainstorm these things? Like, do you not already have a team for that? I'm so confused.
A number of you will be invited. Don't take the personal if you're not invited. Probably
if you're not invited, like, I hate it when they do this, because the thing is, like, there's no way for us to ever know, because they don't keep track of who gets invited to these things, what people suggest, what he actually takes into consideration out of their suggestions versus, like, what he doesn't take into consideration. There's never any record of any of this, which is why, like, these beta tests on OConnect mean nothing, because if you're not, like, keeping track and a record of your fucking testing, then literally it doesn't mean fucking anything, like, at all. Like, so it's like there's no way for us to ever know if this ever happens. And he's figured that out, I feel like. And like I've said in the past, like, when with the whole, like, 100 people getting paid, he doesn't have to pay anyone. And everyone in ONPASSIVE would just assume 100 people got paid and they weren't one of the 100. Right? But when he doesn't then tell us who those 100 people are and what they were paid or etc., there's no way for us to, like, fact check it. There's no way for us to know. So all of it it's all just lip service. It means nothing. Sammy Ann says, I will definitely not take it personal. It's just like, how are we even supposed to know this happens? Because he'll say, oh, I'm going to pick a group of people. Well, what's this group of people? Probably the top people in this company already. Like, who's he going to invite in? Probably the 3 people that are on screen with him right now. Right? Maybe Mike Ellis will make an appearance. Maybe Comfort Confer. He'll definitely want Susie McCrae there. Julie Newen. Or Wen, however you say her last name. All those people, right? Lynn, maybe Rob. Like, those will be the people, most likely. But he could technically not do it with anyone. And then just be like, oh yeah, well, we already picked the people and we're doing it right now. And then just not do anything. Which is what he's actually known for. Just not doing anything.
Probably just, we don't need everybody to be there. So take it as, take a break. But if you're around, you get invited, we would love to hear from you. And some of you.
Mark says, Red was saying today that he really thinks it will all start happening towards the end of this month. The floodgates will open and apples will roll in, but it's not about the money. And that's why I said, like, Ash did not really say we're only doing one more 10-day extension. But the way that everyone's reacting is literally like, okay, it's happening 10 days from now. Don't worry, guys. It will definitely be by the end of this month. It's like, no, he didn't actually say that. But see, this has always been the communication issue here. Right? And then it's funny because it does almost give him an out. Where he can be like, well, I'm not the one that made those statements. It was actually Red Redfern that said that on the 12th. And it's actually Marty and Chris that are saying that on the 11th on their live stream. But it's like, he did kind of imply it. Like, why even say that? He always goes on about how he doesn't want to give due dates and he doesn't want to tell you when he's going to do things by, because everyone holds him to it. But then the idiot does things like this. Why even make the statement that it could be the last extension? And it's just to keep them hanging on by a thread in that permanent FOMO. Right? That's really all it's for. Yeah, but if only 100 people where I work got paid, you better believe everyone would hear about it if I wasn't one of them. Right? I mean, I think that it was a really shitty thing to do, to be like, we're going to pay 100 people in the company. Good luck to you all. It's like, what the fuck is that? And I don't think that the payments ever came through. Because it was like the next day or 2 days later, all of a sudden, then the payment processors weren't working, right? It was like, oh, yeah, convenient. What would it take for these people to finally give up? That's the sad thing, is that I'm not sure. And it could be different things for different people. For a lot of people, maybe this extension not being the last extension will be all that it takes for them, you know? And they'll be like, all right, that's it. I've had enough waiting. For people that are in as deep and that are as public with this as like Marty and Chris and Red, for example, unfortunately, I feel like they're so deep into this that even if Ash MUFAREH passed away tomorrow, heaven forbid, I'm an atheist, so that doesn't mean anything, and I'm going to totally get called out for it. But even if that happened, unfortunately, like, these guys would still somehow believe that he's a higher power that's going to do it from the grave. I mean, look at like Aurora and Hope from the Love Has Won cult. You know, Amy mummified. They're still like, Amy's getting the Galactic Federation to come pick us up soon with the spaceship, you know? And it's like, dude, she's passed away. Like, I think she lied to you all. You need to, like, come to that conclusion, but they just won't. So, and I feel like these guys here might be at that point. Where even if Ash was to say, I'm leaving the US, fuck these US people, they might still be like, oh, well, Ash, we're working for you, we love you. The TV series The Last of Us was based on the survival of the three founders, Marty, Red, and Chris. Right? People who engage in things that are not about the money are members of social clubs and the like, not businesses. Yeah, organizations, advocacy groups, right? That kind of thing. Google gift cards for the three on screen. The funny thing is that Ash could probably just pay them in Google gift cards and they'd be happy with it.
We're going to fake it that we're inviting you. We're going to take your opinion, but, you know, not really.
See, that's what I mean. Like, there was a time when Marty implied he had gotten paid, but then now he's saying that he hasn't been paid 1 cent. Right? Like, I don't think anyone got paid. Nobody got paid.
Okay. Ouch. But
not their commission.
I think anyway. After that, everything will open up. That made some people laugh. Okay. So that will...
Marty has been paid in OConnect. And he's accidentally outed that because he likes to talk a lot. So this is why it's good sometimes to, like, push them to talk a bit more about themselves. Because he basically outed that he only had to pay $125 and then he gets it for an entire year. And he seems to think that it's $125 every 3 months for everyone. Or for a year, depending on what stream you're hearing him blabber on about it. So I think that he got told by Ash that he only had to pay the sale price one time, and then he gets it for a year. So they, like, Ryan and Chris might have a similar deal. And maybe that's why they're able to do all of these Connect webinars all the time. Because they're given, because if you guys remember, there's like 3 different levels of payment here, allegedly. And they'd be given the premium unlimited.
Definitely get us almost unstuck to the next period. I'm going to clarify something once again, believe it or not, once again. The reason we are not or paused, we did pay some commissions back from last year, okay, and some earlier this January, okay, just a few, then we got stuck. The reason we're not doing that,
Okay.
at the moment, we did pay a good part. We did pay out,
No, you
especially
didn't.
in crypto. So it is not true if somebody says we never paid commissions. We did pay a portion, okay?
What to who? You can't say that to people who are sitting on $0 from you. Like, if I was an O founder right now and I was owed my commissions, and then I heard him say this, I'd be so pissed. Like, who did you pay? When?
And especially for the early, withdraws. Okay. Now,
yeah,
the
Chris bought
reason
his RV, and the funny thing is, Chris very heavily implied that Ash had helped him with the purchase of this RV. If you guys remember when he very first got it, he was all like, I'm going on an ONPASSIVE road trip. Ash has helped me with this all, and it's so amazing. And then as soon as we were like, well, that's a little unfair that you get this RV and you get to go on a road trip. Well, there's people in PNG who are like waiting for their fucking commission check. Like what's happening over here, you know? Then all of a sudden it was, Ash didn't help me with anything. I did this all on my own, guys. I did this all on my own. And then the story changed, right? So I do think that Ash had a hand in the RV, which is maybe why he didn't feel obligated to meet up with Chris when he was in Florida, or to go see him in the hospital when he injured himself in Florida. Because that's where he was when he fell down the stairs and broke his ribs there. I think maybe he didn't feel that obligation so much because he was kind of like, I already bought you your RV, buddy, you know? If you're struggling with money, just get a job, right, Chris? Just a few in crypto to founders that can't use a grocery store self-checkout. Yeah, or to founders that like don't even have crypto. Wait, in the bottom left-hand corner, is that someone who hung themselves waiting for a payout? Possibly. Marty has said he got a commission. He also recently said he wishes he hadn't gotten his commission because other people haven't gotten one yet. Yeah? And then he's also said in this last week that he hasn't gotten paid a cent. In fact, even today, during his webinar, he went on a little rant about how he hasn't been paid anything. And I'm like, Marty, you don't even know what you've been paid at this point. Just stop it. Like, that's why I'm like, they're obviously getting something behind the scenes. Like, something is happening, you know? And then they forget to hide it sometimes. And they accidentally out it. And then other times they're like, oh no, that never happened. Right? Hello, Arthur. Busted. So some people who got paid in crypto, that's no issues with crypto. So they should have all been paid via crypto. That's very true, actually. The merchants and processors don't deal in crypto. Right? That's all blockchain and the crypto. It's a completely different thing. So they should have been able to pay it out. The other thing is that Ash MUFAREH has over $1 million put away in a crypto account right now, as of this very moment, as he's sitting here saying this on his webinar Wednesday morning. He has a crypto account with over $1 million in crypto. Right? So if he was planning on paying them in crypto, he can pay all of them in crypto right now. Should be no problem. Right? You can't tell me that he would owe much more than that to everyone. You know, he could pass that around. Make some people very happy. Those RVs are like $150,000 and his was brand new. Yeah, it was. And it's kind of a higher end one. Right? It's a pretty nice one. Hello, Peaceful. Good to see you. I just saw it. Some founders think that Ash's AI works out how many hours they spend on webinars and gives them a loyalty rating, right? And it's like poor Sherry Dershowitz, eh? She thinks that she gets paid for using the products. And she said it so many times now. Like the first few times she said it, I thought she was just making a mistake. But no, at this point, I think she actually believes she gets paid just to use them. You know? 2 years ago, Red was boasting that Ash sent him a brand new $1,500 iPhone on his live. Yes, there was a time when Ash was handing out laptops and iPhones and allegedly even cars. He was doing the whole MLM car thing where people were getting cars and all kinds of stuff from him. I haven't heard about that in a while. That happened like when me and the Recovering Hunbot were first covering this. They were kind of on the tail end of doing that. I haven't heard about it like since. It's probably been a couple of years since he's handed out a laptop or a car and then had them do these little award ceremonies where they come on and they thank him for giving them an award. They were weird. Weird ceremonies. I always picture a founder as the people in front of me at, I don't know what that place is, Kroger's. Ash could convince almost all the founders to accept crypto if he tried. He probably could. But honestly, at this point, like, at least get something out of them. You know, like if I was waiting this long for my commissions, they've been waiting like since this thing opened. But they've been getting told since September that it's coming any day now. And there's no real reason why it can't. It's all Ash's fault. Only $107 million left to go. Yeah, that's for the SEC, right? Yeah, it's Al with heart. It's probably a lot more if Ash held his money in BTC, but most likely probably in USD or stable coin. I'm not sure, but I do know that he has a few accounts. That's not the only one he has. I just know that one of them has over $1 million in it. And it's just kind of sitting there. And he's going, I can't pay anyone. I don't know, but I tried to pay everyone in crypto, but it didn't work somehow. Oh my, what happened?
This got...
Yeah, they don't have grocery stores in Canada. You know, we gotta dig up all of our food from the snow. We come out of our igloos, and then we hunt for our food. I actually did meet someone that thought that I lived in an igloo. They were like, you guys have the internet there? It was great.
Jammed is because the revenue or the sales that came in from
it is true, eh? They are all in India.
Held by the processor. For whatever shenanigan it is, we don't need to get into that publicly, but we created a legal case and that didn't go well the first time. Not that the case wasn't powerful, it was too easy, but with the wrong people that got it a little bit more complicated, if you wish.
Okay. So what Ash just said is that he started a civil case on the processor, and then it didn't go well for him because of the corruption. But just think about how that would go. Like, for real. Like just take a moment and just picture this actually happening. And picture that he somehow managed to get with a judge that was like, yeah, I will hear your case in court. And Ash gets up to the stand, right? And he goes, Your Honor, I want to sue this payment processor for my $100 million, okay, that I've been trying to process through them, that they're refusing to give to me. Please help. And then the payment processor has a lawyer come up, because we all know that Ash hires judges, not lawyers, remember? And he goes, Your Honor, this man has all of his funds frozen because he is getting sued by the Security and Exchange Commission for running a pyramid scheme. And the money that he wants to process through us is his illegal gotten funds. How do you think that would go? Because that's what would happen. That's how that would have went. Okay? Like, there's no other way that would have gone. That's all that lawyer would have had to have said. Here's the SEC case. This is why we're refusing to process their funds. Listen, for every $40 that we process, we'll do it. But he better pay us $400 for it. Because, like, with all the fees and all of the other bullshit we're going to have to deal with, because of the fact that this man has big red flags all over his damn account. And it basically says, like, don't invest with this man. Don't let him move money. He's getting looked into for money laundering. Careful! You know? Just imagine. I'm sure the judge would have had an easy day. Would have been easy. But yeah, no, of course it didn't work out well for you, Ash. You fucking idiot.
But that took some 3+ months. It's not 4 months. It took 3+ months. We were supposed to be done before we get into 2024. So, and that's bigger loss than having the money. Why? Because time is more valuable. Then we didn't want to just jump in with just another option. So this time we had to do a broader investigation and connection at all levels, to heads of governments and rulers and all of that, to make sure that we have the right and what's the right path. We don't want anything shortcut or all of that. We want it legally. Perhaps, hint, nobody can reserve your money or hold them, like hijack them, literally, for more than 6 months. That's 180 days, and that period is just due now. All right, for most of the funds. So either way, it just after the holiday, we're in anticipation for this to get unstuck. This get unstuck, we reactivate our processors. We have more options, obviously, been lined up. Okay, and now we should be able to pump them up in bulk. That's the reason. But we cannot say the company didn't pay, and the truth is we don't have the funds in hand to be able to do that. And for that reason, once again, we did not.
So basically, the company paid your commissions to the payment processor. So because that happened, you're not allowed to complain now that you don't have your commission in your hand. Okay? Yeah, no, that's what he's saying. That's it.
Not want to charge another time for OConnect. We kept on paying the bill. We kept on paying the bill. We kept on paying the bill until we make sure we clear out the balance from the first round of the sales, like the launching release. Okay, but now we're going to have more options. We're going to have other products, so sales are going to be left and right, and commissions, and for those who qualify, and things are going to change. Now, there are things I'm not going to disclose publicly when it comes to exact commissions and structure and all of that, because that has been severely manipulated and abused in every possible way by the users or the affiliates. Everybody is throwing that, and they're giving us a stigma that is not in us. Okay, we don't want to be related to that. So for that reason, if we disclose that to the public, then it becomes another chaotic situation. To avoid that, we'll keep it confidential for those who qualify. You're just going to see it and enjoy it. But we would assure once again, whatever possible, by the book in any country, this guy is not a good businessman.
What?
No,
You?
you see, nobody was surprised.
What, Ashraf MUFAREH? No, you're not. No, you're not. You've been a part of many, many scams, sir. You know, you're a part of GDI Fusion you made, that got shut down. Telex Free, that got shut down. Pay Diamond, that got shut down. Handful of crypto ones got shut down. Ashmax, also gone. Yeah, no. And any country that you're in, first of all, ONPASSIVE is actually banned from 2 different places. So there's that. And then any other country you're in, yeah, ONPASSIVE sucks. Ash MUFAREH, very bad man. You know? Chris says, I believe that the pay processors had to hold on to the money that came in case someone did a chargeback through their CC. Kamal said chargebacks costed $400 in fees plus the $143 refund. Processors had to be prepared 6 months for a chargeback. Yeah. Well, see, it would have been like that, Albs, because of they would have looked at Ash and his history and what he has going on in the books. And the fact that there's a red flag. So the cost for the insurance, it's like having insurance on the sale that's going through, okay? Ash has red flags on everything. For any bank, merchant, processor that Ash tries to go through, there are red flags on his account. And I don't even think only from ONPASSIVE and the SEC, by the way. It's possible that he also has dings from before that. And that's why a lot of the ONPASSIVE stuff had to go in his wife's name. And then he also fucked up her credit, you know? I mean, that's what happens when you're married sometimes, I guess. So it's almost like he has to pay an insurance fee for them to do business with it. So it's kind of like, that's why they would kind of say, all right, if you know, every sale you make, you got to then pay us this amount of money extra, just in case. Because to them, the chance of them having chargebacks when he's running a pyramid scheme is probably very, very high. So it wouldn't be seen as a good person or a good business. ONPASSIVE is not seen as a good business to, you know, process or be the merchant of or do any of that. Right? And I'm going to believe what Kamal says because he is the COO. And I'm guessing that he also tends to not hide things like Ash does. Ash is a little more grimy. I think that when that was being explained, he was doing it in a pretty genuine explanation. So I'm going to go by that too. And I'm going to say that would be because they're like, yeah, no, we don't trust you. And we want probably about double what each sale would be, but like in insurance before we pay you out. Because, like, fuck that, you know? I know some processors want, like, 10% of what's being processed as a way to cover chargebacks that come in. And then sometimes it's a higher percent because, yes, the risk factor. Right? So that's what it would be based on. he'd be seen as a very, very high risk. And like I said, I don't even know if that's just because of what's going on with him and ONPASSIVE. I don't have his entire financial history like the processors would be able to look up, or the banks, right? For all we know, they look him up. They don't only see all this stuff going on, but then they also see that he fucked up his credit when he had Ashmax shut down, let's say, or when Telex Free was shut down, or when his GDI Fusion got shut down. There's a possibility that his credit could have already been fucked up from that. So if you take that as well and kind of think about it, it makes sense that they would have asked for a lot of fucking money. And Ash, instead of owning this and explaining it properly to the people in ONPASSIVE, being like, listen, I fucked up, and my credit's fucking shit. And because of the SEC, I'm getting warning messages on my stuff. And, banks aren't willing to work with me right now and partner with me. And neither are any processors or merchants. So it's going to be a long time. We're going to have to get the SEC stuff sorted out, my credit all figured out before I can pay you guys out. He wants to come on here and make up excuses, right? And yeah, and that's the other thing, is they would also be looking at what he is spending money on, right? It's not just about these warnings. It's also what is the money in this business going to? And then, yeah, they see, oh God, he bought the name to a train station to throw some ads on. And then he got the sponsorship of a police seminar. And he's not even accepting any new O founders. So why the hell did he pay $30,000 to do that? Right? Like, they're looking at that and they're side-eyeing it, going, yeah, I don't know, because we don't really trust you with your money, sir. Okay, you're a little bit weird. And yeah, you bought an office in Egypt. Why? And why do you even have this office in Hyderabad? Or why are you renting out a spot in the Burj Khalifa? We don't even have enough employees to put in these offices. Then we also got to pay all these employees out. You know what I mean? Like, it would just be one thing after another. One red flag looking at this guy's file. I'm sure it's just pages of them going, yeah, no, this is a bad idea. We don't want to do that. And that's the thing, is that would also be on there, Joe, is that they would see how he nefariously spent the $108 million that the SEC has called him out on too. So there's a big misuse of funds here, right? Apart from everything else, I'm sure that they're looking through going, yeah, there's a big misappropriation of his funds going on. And so we don't really want to process more funds for this man because we don't know what's happening with them. That's the other thing, right? And so if any of it is like, if any of it is, if they have access to look at everything, yeah, no, they're just sitting there rolling their eyes, scratching their heads, going, as if this guy even thought that he would get a payment processor or merchant.
Everybody's like, yeah, sure, okay. So I didn't break news. I didn't kind of like explode your head. We're not keeping that. I just want to create technology, more value, more goodness, and inspire and influence the world in a good way, in a good positive way, and make a good legacy or a good impact.
Good legacy.
That's the spirit of ONPASSIVE. Didn't we say we're the correction for the corruption? Didn't we say we're uplifting humanity? Didn't we say AI with heart? The whole focus is we want to do it in a clean way, and the core focus, the focal point of our process and the entire journey is the end user. You're with us, you're in it, you win it somehow by utilizing the products, by monetizing, but by no means don't take ONPASSIVE as a charity. You get in and just like as much as you can withdraw or open your own bank, not just a bank account. No, it's not ever the theory. We're not a money tree. We're not a tree monkey. We're a true business, brick and mortar. Okay. I don't know if you know that. One thing I want to address, we removed exact addresses from the website because of the, again, abuse of that data. People, you know, getting the locations tired by going there, including the one in America. They go with no mean or no connection, without a prior
Hold on. No, no,
arrangement.
no. No, no. You told people to go to the offices and check them out. You told people to go to the offices and check them out. Also, this makes no sense. What abuse? The only abuse is the fact that you're, again, abusing the funds, buying all these fucking offices. How many offices do you need for a company that has 2 products for sale? Technically, neither one of them are even for sale in this moment. Nobody can buy OConnect right now or O-Tracker. We still don't know what O-Tracker is going to cost, by the way. It's still up in the air. They're like, it's a paid product. You have to pay to get these features. And it's like, okay, but what do you pay? Like, we literally don't even have a price for it right now. So, like, what? But you literally told people to go to the fucking Burj Khalifa. All right? And just go take a little look. You said you could go down to Florida. You could go down to Hyderabad, stop into the office, say hello to people. So I don't know why now all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, some people went to the offices. And now we had to take them off the website. You know, Ash, there's been some talk that you are trying to take the ONPASSIVE out of the USA. There's been some talk that you've been putting some blame for some of these illegal activities on the USAO founders. So I'm going to let you think on that for a little bit. And I'm going to let you answer this one again next week. All right, I'll give you one chance to rethink this answer of why the USA office is no longer listed, and then how you got called out for that by all of us, and you're just not ready yet to jet. So you need to buy yourself some time. So now you took them all off of there because you thought that would make it look better. But it didn't, did it? Then it just got people more worried about it. But you just think on that. Think on that for a little bit. Thank you, Auntie Samantha, for the $1.99. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
And all of that. And one of them in particular, the one in
I know,
Singapore, they told us, and I'm going to disclose this, I couldn't be more blunt. They said, if this continues, we're not going to be able to host you anymore. They got fed up with the people going to the location, the address in Singapore. Okay, it's not operational. It's managerial. It's just administrative at the moment. But we wanted to have that foot there for obvious reasons. So that's why, we don't need to put exact, because no need for somebody to go there. Now, if you Google, I don't know if you know about Google, there's like a place called google.com. You type in ONPASSIVE or whatever is or the location, say Florida or Orlando or Hyderabad or something, it might give you the address, okay? But don't go there unless you have a reason or you have a prior communication with the management or with the staff to go there, okay? It's not a customer front type of business, okay? These are just, I don't know why did we put them out there in the first place, but no longer needed. And by the way, there's one.
I highly doubt that there's anyone in any of these offices going, man, it's crazy. All these people from ONPASSIVE keep showing up here. Unless the problem is that he doesn't actually have these offices. So then, yeah, he would be in trouble when people showed up like, I'm here to inquire about ONPASSIVE. Like, what the fuck? We don't have anything renting called ONPASSIVE in here. What are you doing here? I was told that this is where the ONPASSIVE is. Give me my commission. Right? I mean, most would be showing up asking where their money is. I couldn't blame them for that. Orlando office is a rent-a-desk location. 5 lawyers, a couple of plumbers. Yep. I'm still waiting for us to find out what happened to one of the floors of the Burj Khalifa that they allegedly bought. It just disappeared.
Easy address that no matter where you are on planet Earth, you just look for the tallest building on Earth and just walk straight to it, okay? Make sure you have a floaty in case you cross the ocean.
Wow.
and you're gonna hit that building, okay? So no matter where you are. And that would be, another location.
Uh-huh.
So I hope that cleared.
I love that. Yeah, no, don't go there. But by the way, one of our locations are at the Burj Khalifa. Yeah, no, that should definitely stop the people from going there, Ash. Keep announcing where it is.
Some of that. The extension is a good thing, and the reason we
it's like when I don't want people to come to my house, I just keep dropping them my address. And then when they show up, I'm like, what are you doing here? This is weird.
do it, we don't want to charge you. We're taking the cost.
Like,
So until we it's just our
again.
culture, our ethic in a way, to not to charge you. We let you enjoy it until we clear the pending withdrawals.
And remember, it's $5,000 a month for you to use OConnect.
If we're interested in the money, if you're like, I don't know, if you know 2 letters together, you don't have to be a wizard. We are going to continue charging so we can make more money. Because if we put the link and open it,
Okay.
You're going to pay, we make more money. That's not the case. Doing the math, we're not taking money. We're not interested.
You couldn't take money because you didn't have the processor or the merchant too. I don't know why you're acting like you could accept the money. It's not like these guys said, listen, we don't want any money coming in until we pay out, like the merchant said that. No. Okay. Like, this just sounds silly. Sounds silly, Ash. Okay, you couldn't take anyone's money from them because the merchants were saying, okay, but if we take the money from them, we need you to pay 4 times the amount in insurance for it. And you don't want to do that. Let's be honest. For once.
The money. I don't know how to break it down, but maybe a man from New Jersey could have a better language and can break it down to you. No, I mean it seriously. So if not now, anytime. The truth is, like, logically, think about it. If money is our dimension, why would we stop taking money? Even the founding program from like 2022. Why?
I know, you're such a humanitarian.
Who says no to sales unless somebody's not really focused on the sales or the revenue? Just think about that.
Some horrible business.
But again, you are a bad business person. I mean, I never said this was a smart scam.
Businessman from Orlando, I think.
I never said this was a smart cult. All right? Jim Jones wasn't incredibly intelligent, Marty. In what he believed in. You know, they don't gotta be smart. It doesn't have to be intelligent. Oftentimes it's not, actually.
Florida man.
Florida man.
Okay. I hope I was able to clarify a few things here and there, but I'm really happy, super pleased about OConnect, how it is now. Pleased about where we are, the direction now. We're on track, the right track, which is supposed to be solved way before. Isn't it that complicated? This is our funds. We will get it. We clear it out. A big portion of it goes to you, and we continue, the plan by opening more and giving you more options. It's that simple. It's that
That's
simple.
just Florida, man.
But
you know what? Like, it is true though. He is. I believe I've even made this joke probably in one of the first fucking videos or live streams that I made about Ash. I believe I already made the joke that he is Florida man, but like he is. like he kind of is, you know? Like when you really think about who he is and what he stands for and what he's done with his life, it's like, yeah, no, he is the person that we would see in the newspaper as Florida man. In fact, when the SEC case happened, he was listed in several different publications as Florida man being sued by SEC. And I was like, yes, it's official. He is now Florida man. So I guess I'm glad he's embracing it in a way, kind of, sort of, as much as he will anyway.
learning is not cheap. Experience is not cheap.
But very beneficial.
Oh, Peaceful, I was hoping that you were going to go on with the joke and you'd be like, Ash MUFAREH has given me tons of laughter with his bullshit lies and odd storytelling.
Absolutely.
That's what I was expecting. I thought you guys were doing a bit.
Okay, back to you, please. Anyone want to
My
add?
brain's more from YouTube. I just think everyone's doing bits now. I'm like, oh, look at them doing a bit in the comments section. Chris is like, I'm sorry, you came in after the other passive person. And I just accidentally just continued on. you know? And I'm just over here, do in my own little world. Like, oh, they're doing a bit. It's so cute.
Word or two.
I want to add a little bit. I got to be quick
Sure.
because the kids are all getting ready for school, so it's loud. My house, believe it.
Louisiana says, I just hope that he wears clothes when he wrestles an alligator.
They're not as
You
loud
know?
sometimes.
We all do.
The good news is, as for you, this is the discussions we've been having, not knowing all the details. This is what we've been talking to people about, the gift of giving, because no doubt people were flying in here June 22nd of 2022. They would still be coming in.
I want to watch this webinar on repeat before I ever want to see that, Louisiana.
If you let them. So a company that wants...
I'll read the 170-page user manual again without skipping the pages that are on repeat before I want to watch the fucking Ash wrestling alligators naked.
Would have left the doors open. That's been said by Red, by many people, okay? Me and Chris. And the other one was...
And I don't even want to hear it from anyone out there. The number of times that Ash and these guys have sexualized or brought up nakedness on streams, okay? My subs, they get one. They get at least one where they're allowed to do it with no judgment.
Listen, guys, they stopped receiving money
No
because there's money that can't be given back. No company does that. No company in the planet.
Well, at least then, Joe, the important parts will be covered. I mean, at least there's that, right?
You guys would still have money coming in and say, look, we'll try to get your
Small
money, but who knows
silver
when.
lining.
You stopped in both directions because that's what ONPASSIVE is. And we've been saying that for a
One
long
sole mere reason is because we have a principle. It's a principle thing. We don't want to take more money.
I do have to be honest, Jane looks like she's done with life the last few times that I've seen her. She used to like come on and be like, hey everybody, and like do the lives with Red, but the last few times that I've seen her in the background, like she's like reading a book and completely not interested. And I'm like, I really hope Jane's left. That would be wonderful if Jane like checked out and then was like, Red, what are you doing? Please get off of these webinars. We can only hope, you know?
We just don't feel good about that. What it's good, it's necessary. We need it. We need it for the operation.
Listen, Cisco, you're gonna have to take back the whole song.
This thing is not cheap. It's not free, in a way.
Oh
but
my god!
It definitely got us behind.
$5,000 a month, guys.
But the problem is, we just don't feel good about taking more and not clearing the previous battle. And we will clear. We're confident. we will say, you know what, we're just
Probably.
gonna have a different direction or something. But we're very clear. It is only a matter of time. We will clear that, and this will be behind us.
I mean, you really can't be surprised that they have confidence right now. We watched them for several years where they didn't even have a website and they were still somehow able to stream about this business with confidence. So, looking back on the journey of this ONPASSIVE scam, technically, right now, in this moment of time, they have had the most to be confident about, even without the commissions, right? I mean, they got the OES. It's finally up. Most people can log in now without those terrible login issues. Finally made it over that hurdle 4 years in, but we made it over. They finally do have at least one paid, at least one paid product. I mean, they keep extending it over and over again, and no one's gotten commissions off of it, but it is there. So you can't be that surprised that they're confident in this moment. I mean, there were times where Ash sat there talking about how he was confident. They didn't even have a website that worked properly. And we were all sitting here going, but you don't even have anything. Like, what are you even confident about? Yourself and your ability to speak? Like, I don't know. So it's like, I guess we can't really fault them for their confidence today. When in the past, they've had the same level of confidence for nothing. But that should also kind of wake up some people to the fact that, listen, they had the same level of confidence when they had nothing. It doesn't mean anything over here in ONPASSIVE, having this confidence. You're kind of dealing with a narcissist. And although they don't actually have self-confidence, they really like to pretend to be confident in the public eye. And that's what Ash is. Thomas says, Queen, there's no way they deliver this in April, right? No way. Not even a slight chance. Okay. Let's say that what Ash says is true, and the payment processors were just holding his funds. He paid out, allegedly paid out, and the payment processors are holding his funds. They can only hold it for 6 months, and then they have to release them. So that means this month they would be getting released. Even if that's true, right, and everything he said here up to this point is true, we're just releasing the first round of payments. So what would happen is everyone might get their very first commission back, but they're owed 2 right now, technically. And it wouldn't fix their issue. They would still have the problem of, because I don't think that this merchant would be continuing to work with them. So it would be kind of like here's the money that we've been holding, see you later. So then they would just be right back in the exact same position. Like literally, just right back in the same position. No merchant, no payment processors trying to figure out how to take the money from people and how to pay out again. That would be like a best case scenario. Everyone gets at least their first payout and Ash is telling the truth. It's not likely though. And it's definitely not going to be the fix of their issues by the end of April. Not even close. Like I said, I really don't think that they'll be able to figure out this merchant processor issue until they figure out their SEC issue and fix that. Once that's fixed, then they can kind of go forward. They might have to then pay the restitution, but at least, at the very least, until that court case is done, don't expect a commission, in my eyes. If you want my personal opinion, it would be silly to expect a cent in commission before February of 2025. And it might be longer than that. We don't know how long that case will take. We don't know how long it would take Ash after it to figure everything out with it. Pay back the restitution, blah, 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 blah. Like, all of that would have to be sorted out, I feel like, before they would be able to actually, like, run this business now and have, like, a merchant and a processor and then have Visa and MasterCard accept them back and all that, right? Because remember, Visa and MasterCard pulled out of this. They were like, yeah, no, thank you. So, like, that's still going on. You know what I mean? Like, even if they fix it with this merchant and what Ash is saying is true, you know? Night, Sammy. Have a good night. South Africa is like 12 hours ahead or something crazy. So it's nighttime where they are. Yeah, like, I don't think that they'll be able to sort that out. Even if all this stuff is true, same position with payment processors. It just, I mean, honestly, I don't think anyone should be waiting because it's going to be quite the wait. But if you are waiting, just know that you will probably be waiting about a year before you see a payment. If you want some honesty and truth. Because I do think it's really cruel to, like, keep them going on, you know. Oh, it's 8:30 p.m.? Okay, well, whatever. That's my nighttime, too, sometimes. Like, I don't think it's fair to keep people waiting for this payment and not at least be honest with them. That's why when Ash does this shit, it drives me nuts. I'm like, can you not just be honest? Just be honest. Just, like, explain to them what's actually happening and then tell them a real timeline, because it's not fair to do to people where they're just waiting for money and they don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not fair.
Hopefully, once for all, and you know, we will not make a mistake with these type of processors. But eventually, we're going to have our own organic solutions. Period. Nobody's going to handle
yes,
what we have.
without a doubt, that is totally insane way to run business. But it's unpassive, and people need to know that. That's why when people say it, I said, well, who else would do that? Who else would give you 8 months or a year now of Connect? A year. And we're on it every night. What would that have cost? Well, what would it have costed any other company would have been $5,000 a month. But it's ridiculous. And that's what we've been really pushing. Listen, you don't have to know everything, but if you see what's going on, you've got to be able to put this together. That's why we try to tell people, look at what's going on. They froze, but they froze because they can't give. That's crazy. I mean,
yeah, and you're under the impression that they can't give because it's too much to give. And I'm like, that makes no sense. Okay, there's a lot of companies out there that are making endless sales all day long. Corporations that are making endless sales all day long. You want to tell me that there's merchants that can't do that amount?
Yeah.
Would anybody agree that the value
right?
is
Does,
say, keep it on the basic, okay? On the basic, really basic, okay? $100. What you have up to 10,000 attendees with all the features, recording all of that. Don't you think it's worth $100? I mean,
don't you think it's worth $100? Yeah, well, I mean, if they do, it's a good thing that they're paying $125 a month. Ash, maybe start off at the price that you're actually making them pay. You know, for this example, just a thought.
Do you want me to pull a website and show you the cost of 1,000? It's greater, 1,000, not 10,000 attendees. It is greater than $100.
Yes, it is. No
so
doubt.
you're taking 10 times more cheaper.
Oh, Lord.
But if we apply, we want 10,000. Number one, you don't qualify for it. You're going to have to submit some documents. Why do you need 10,000? What kind of business do you run? And make a contract for a year. You're locked in for a contract of a year. Okay. You might have to prepay like 3 months or something. And then it's about
Thomas said the second that these funds get released, this thing is over, right? The only people who will make money are Red, Marty, Chris, etc., the 1 to 2%. No word of the founder customer disbursement in months. That's right. Also, they will need people to buy OConnect in order to continue to pay out, because that's kind of how it's a pyramid scheme. Unfortunately, though, it can still continue on. We might be here for another few years talking about this scam. I'm here for the long run. No matter what, I'm stuck here. So
5,000 US dollars plus for the same thing, less features. And you don't get the additional benefits and services.
right, it's just too much to handle. You know, the big banks, the Rockefellers are all having meetings together, and they're like, "Damn, that Ash MUFAREH is making more money than us."
System on the dashboard, as a friend in Michigan says, but he's a Florida man now. Now, you missed that before. So
oh, you missed that joke before, guys. Yeah, you missed this Florida man joke before. So glad you could laugh now. He apparently keeps note of when he misses jokes.
Say $100.
Well, creepy.
On the low, keep it $100. A million customers paying you $100. Anybody knows the math? $100 million. You know, all the celebrities, go, some of them, maybe
look at that now. OConnect is worth $100 million. Just like that.
Have to add 10 of them or more to make up that $100 million. And if we did that for 10 months, that's $1 billion. Do the math.
Oh my God.
So we left $1 billion on the table.
That's how you're doing the math? Well, that explains why it's wrong all the time.
Because of that principle.
Oh God.
Do the math.
Wow.
There's something called calculator.
And they're all eating it up. They're like, wow, that was amazing, Ash. You just dropped that Ash bomb again. Craziness.
Here. $100 the cost of a subscription per month. Time 1 million customers.
Again, it's $125 a month. So you might want to bring it up a bit, you know. I like how he's like, listen, we decided OConnect is worth $100 a month. That's why we're making you pay $125.
We have 3 million, but assuming only third are buying, just like now, okay? But without a proper,
right.
Processor, and with the glitches we've had, roughly 1 million. Now,
right, Cake, do you need me to read you the user manual of how to bring up the calculator? They explain it to us in there 5 different times. I could bring one of them up for you.
3, okay? So it's $100 million
a
month. A month.
Which is why it's so funny. Like, this is an MLM, and everything that they do is very MLM. But then they deny the whole time that they're an MLM. I'm like, well, this is how MLMs do their math too. They'll be like, my product that is not even a tenth of what the other products on the market are. It's actually going to be worth double what the other products on the market are. So then I'm going to divide that by how many users, and then that's what it's worth. I've decided. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that's how you decide the worth of products, but okay, yeah, no, you go, Ash. You do that math.
Time 10 months. We don't want to say a year, okay? I could say a year, 12 months. But again, I like to be conservative.
Oh, that's what we're doing? We're being conservative? Oh. Okay.
When it's 9 zeros on the right of that dollar, it's $1 billion with.
Did he just explain to us what $1 billion is and how many zeros there are? Listen, I know that you've never seen this number before. It's a 1, a comma, 3 zeros, comma, 3 zeros, comma, 3 zeros. That's $1 billion. I just taught myself something new. I wonder how many families Ash has ruined with this scam. Well, we know up until 2022, there was 800,000 people whose lives were partially ruined by this scam. Will Red and Jane end up getting a divorce because of the never-ending scam? I guess we'll have to stay tuned to find out. Maybe.
B and alien. It's a
Yes,
billion.
It's like, thank you for that, Ash.
As you see, we're not like, oh, crying or chewing our nails for that. No, not a biggie. Okay, if money will flow like crazy with what we have, we're not concerned about that. But it's better to do it ethical, with integrity, in a clean way, proper way, purely, without causing any, say, pressure or any inconvenience for people.
Well,
I'm so glad you brought that up today. Yes, that's good.
Someone shows up.
One was able to sneak. How did that happen?
Yeah, I just got rid of him.
Okay. So I just blocked the session. All right, 4,000 people. I couldn't be more surprised, to be honest with you. That was round 2 of ONPASSIVE 360. If you want to hear the real ONPASSIVE 360, you have to watch the previous video on the same channel.
The previous one's going to get dumped. I'm just kidding.
Okay. I don't know if you have anything. Please take it away. I'm just going to sit and listen to you if you have anything. But perhaps be on the look for a brainstorming session real soon so we can put our puzzles together for the next phase.
Well, thanks, Ash.
And
absolutely.
Hey, Ash, can you get me the recording, Ash?
Absolutely, as soon as it's available, yeah.
Hey, you just answered every question that was asked me for the last 2 months, so I appreciate it.
Of course, that's what I do.
None of it is a surprise. None of it. If everybody is watching what's going on,
I agree with you. It shouldn't be a surprise if you know the mindset of us.
Yeah, just look at what's been whatever.
But we've been saying, haven't we, Marta? We've all three of us have been saying exactly this for such a long time.
Almost exactly.
If you just look at what you've done, if you just look at things in front of you, then you wouldn't have this anxiety, worry about the money.
What has always been done? Why would you expect a different outcome? What we've done has always been giving, right? So I don't get it. It's like people forget.
But also, with all the respect, okay.
It's easy to forget fake money. Okay, first of all, you keep saying that Ash gave the money back to everyone. No, he didn't. He gave everyone 95 O coins that bought in as an O founder. They paid $97 US, and he gave them back 95 O coin, which isn't even a cryptocurrency. It's like getting back Monopoly money. So no, he didn't pay him back. He still owes everybody 2 O coins, damn it.
I know there is a very, very major part of your calculation, most of you, money, profit, revenue, income, whatever you want to call it. You're right. There's no judgment on that. But I want you also to consider, for us to be a healthy business, sustainable business, we cannot make it just money-driven type of business model. That will lose the value of it. That will lose some of the principles again, and will be just another one. So this is something, please be a little bit mindful that it's not just money. There are other aspects. They also have to align together alongside with the money. Money is a main thing, is a big thing. I'm not saying it's worthless or secondary. No, it is a big deal, but it's not the only thing. It's that simple. So
yeah, that coming from the guy that refuses to pay everybody their money. Hey, funny how that is. Funny how money was very, very important, and it was all about apples and generational wealth until it came time to pay out commissions. And then it was all about saving humanity. and money didn't matter anymore. Interesting. We'll be right back after a message from my sponsor. Today's video is brought to you by...
Do you have a berserker demon? You may think that's a strange question, but I've dealt with berserker demons. What's a berserker? The word describes ancient Nordic warriors who fought with uncontrollable rage. This is where we get the expression, he was so angry, he went berserk. In the days of Vikings, berserkers would enter a trance before battle to get supernatural strength. They fought with a frenzy. Sound like someone you know? As we say, they lose it. Explosive anger can come from frustration, feeling disrespected, trauma, mental and hormonal issues, and drugs, but uncontrollable rage can be demonic. As an exorcist, I've dealt with berserker demons. If you've got one, you'll need more than anger management therapy. You may need an exorcism of a berserker demon of anger. That's inhuman. I'm here to help at boblarson.org.
Whoa, looks like you got a bit of a tangle in your dangle. Did you know that more than 8 out of 10 hose owners die each year? Not anymore. Hey, turn me on and watch my hose get huge. My mom always told me I was a grower, not a shower, and boy was she right. And if you squeeze me in the right spot, all my raging fluids will come flying out of me, and instantly I'll retract to my small, natural, convenient size. Amazing! Oh, yep. Shout outs to all my flowers and growers out there. And just like a real snake, it can contract and expand like an accordion. You know, we really wanted to name it the Snake Hose, but that's the title of a gay porno. I mean, I've never seen it, but Lizard's close enough. This is my next door neighbor, Sharon. She didn't know I was filming her. She also didn't know I had my hose in my hand, too. If your hose weighs more than 15 pounds, I feel sorry for you. You see, women prefer light, dainty, petite hoses. You don't want to be walking around with a big honking nanner. Oh, Sharon. Whoa, watch the whoa, don't get it caught on the thing. Whoa. Hey, buddy, watch where you're going. You don't want to end up like that guy, still using a standard hose, not going anywhere, and he's fucking bald. Fuck! Look at my hose, people. Oh, yeah, it's growing fast, and it's not kinking up anytime soon. Now, I don't know who lives here, but it's time to wake up. Behold, the full length and girth of my hose and its full potential. Hey, can't you see I'm filming a commercial here, you fucking asshole? Wah! Take that, fuckboy. No one fucks with my hose. The Lizard hose is about $30. You get 25 feet. That's like, just a little bit more than $1 per foot. Now, fuck it, we'll give you 2. That's 50 feet. Get fucked. Come on, touch it.
Wait, do you have a condom? You don't have one somewhere? Yes. Oi, excuse me there, sir. Do you have these directions? Sure, you just go down that way and make a turn. Don't let her know that your dinger is almost a no-go. Get Tiny Dinger condoms to you discreetly. It's very important to choose the right size, so make sure that you get your tiny size. Don't be caught without a condom. No. Get Tiny Dinger condoms, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. Located at your local CVS, pharmacy, Rexall, Shopper, Drug Smart, Walmart, and in your favorite streamer's nightstand.
We get it. You're into feet, and not many girls are also into feet, but you finally found your dream woman. We got your souls covered now. Brought to you by the same people who brought to you Tiny Digger Condoms, trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand, and the same people who brought to you Sexual Endorphin Spray, trademarked. We have now created the Foot Fetish Fantasia Spray. When you're rubbing on her toes, take a deep breath in and smell the sweet aromas of the toilet bowl, the tire shop, dead flowers, and your nana's perfume. After all, it will turn you on more than just her pinky toe will. This little piggy has been to the market and grabbed themselves a bottle of the Foot Fetish Fantasia Spray, trademarked. It made it so much easier to wake to my ex-girlfriend's feet after she posted up her beach trip vacay photos. Grab your bottle now and make that nasty foot fragrance vanish just like a ghost. Located at CVS Pharmacy, Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, Walmart, Kmart, Chaz R Us, and in your favorite foot fetishist nightstand.
Are you getting upset with people's freedom of speech and consumer protection laws that allow the public to speak out about your scam? Are you giving YouTube creators false strikes in order to continue preying on vulnerable people? Is it getting hard to hold it in? Hold in all the bullshit? Well, introducing Tiny Digger Diapers, the adult diaper designed for the man baby deep down inside who's always on the way to the top where his ears will pop. With our FlexiFit technology, Tiny Digger Diapers moves with you whenever you sit on your chair, sit in your RV, sit on a boat, or sit in your home office paid for by the people you scam. The Secure Lock Core offers unmatched absorption for when you're full of shit, which is most likely all the time. These diapers keep you dry and comfortable so you can attend all 500 hours of webinars this week and not miss your chance to sign up a homeless man to your scam. Maybe he also needs the diapers, huh? Brought to you by the same people who brought to you Tiny Digger Condoms and Fantasia Foot Spray. Buy Tiny Digger Diapers today. Located at Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, Walmart, Target, your local CVS pharmacy, and in your favorite con artist nightstand. No matter where your day takes you from webinar to webinar, you will always be dry and you won't have to cry. Thank you for listening to a message from today's sponsor. Yes, thank you. Now we continue on with our live stream of Ash's appearance on the 360 on Wednesday, April 10th, 2024 at 7 a.m. Chris made an interesting comment that says, I use the Recovering Hunbots founder pay calculator. If they have 100 people under them, it will take 66 years to become a millionaire. They would make $17,200 per year. Yeah, it's not looking good, right? Ahuda, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, says, what will happen if founders like myself and other ONPASSIVE founders were asked to pay for the first paid product, but we are in a state whether it is legitimate or not? Now, technically, by law, too, Ash would still owe you your 100% commission from when you bought it the first time. If you bought OConnect one time, you are owed 100% commission off your first sale. He is not allowed to tell you that if you didn't buy it a second time, you're not owed that commission. But I would not recommend buying it a second time because compared to the things on the market, it's very behind in technology and features. It's nowhere near where it should be. It doesn't even compete with the other video conferencing apps on the market. And this is a pyramid scheme. Ash is getting sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission for $108 million. And I'm unsure if you'll receive commission until that gets sorted. And I can't blame anyone for not wanting to buy it a second time. Especially since they were promised that it would be perfect the first release, and now it seems like there's been several different releases of OConnect, and it's still not perfect. Ash might try to tell you that he doesn't have to pay you But technically, if you bought OConnect one time, even if you don't buy it again in future, you are still owed your 100% commission from the first time that it was bought, as promised to you. But it is not a legitimate product. Hi, Robert. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. As Peaceful says, it's not a legitimate product. And like we just talked about, like selling it on the market even after all of this gets sorted with the merchant and everything, which, as I stated, I don't think will happen anytime in the next year. There's other issues that come into play after that. And selling it is going to be nearly impossible. And the amount of people that you would need under you to make a livable wage is ridiculous. And an impossible feat as well. And don't accept the O coins. It's not worth anything. They're not. You can't pull them out and go buy groceries with them. They don't exchange into US dollars. I know in the back office it says 1 O coin is equivalent to 1 US dollar, but it's literally just written in the back office. There's no other legitimacy to it. Ash hasn't even made it so that you could pull out O coins yet. So really, it's just getting monopoly money.
So every time you think, okay, this, that, please think you're not the only one in the business, and this business was not created just to make unlimited amount of money and send it to you, because no matter what would be that amount of money, you will never be satisfied. So there's no entitlement to that. You think there is a great opportunity with an ethical, legal, valuable business, life-changing products, no doubt about that. Okay, game changer as a whole when it comes to the marketplace and the connection with it. It will make a severe impact, a positive impact. Mark my word. Now, on the other hand, you cannot achieve that by just talking about money, you know, how much you put, how much you take out. It's not a money game. It's not a money game. And you have to have your own plan. I'm providing the business model, the platform, the value, the products, all the marketing, this and that. There's a little part that you have to take, which is, first of all, you got to be in it, okay?
Yes, you got to be in it to win it. Let's just take a little moment, since it was brought up. My dear friend, the recovering Hunbot has created an ONPASSIVE founder income calculator. And it is for people that are in ONPASSIVE to go and use. I will leave you the link to it right now in my stream here. But if you go to hunbot.net, you'll be able to find it. And as you can see, it actually says on it, this tool allows ONPASSIVE's founders to calculate their real income potential selling ONPASSIVE products. Use this tool to see exactly how much income you can generate as an ONPASSIVE founder. Any bonuses are excluded from all calculations. It says this is due to the ambiguous terms for bonuses laid out in the ONPASSIVE affiliate agreement. If the qualifications are ever clarified in writing by ONPASSIVE, this tool will be updated to include bonuses. As the affiliate agreement is currently written, there are no defined bonus periods, and the initial 3-month bonus terms fail to establish if it is a one-time bonus or one offered in perpetuity. If you feel it is wrong to have these excluded, please contact ONPASSIVE's legal team asking for them to provide you and all founders with a properly written affiliate agreement. It is your right to demand a valid legal agreement with clearly defined terms and conditions from a company offering you remuneration for your efforts is growing their customer base and profits. So see, I come to it and I'm immediately in Canada because that's where I live. Okay? And my currency is the Canadian dollar. Right? My expected new paying customers per month is 1. My expected churn rate, it says for the average churn rate for service as a system subscriptions is 5.4%. Zoom's most recent monthly one was 3.0%, including business customers. So that should also give you an idea that Zoom obviously is a liked product in comparison to all the other ones, basically. The monthly cost of OConnect subscription, as you can see, is $125 per month. Not 100 like Ash said. So I can come here and I can say, okay, well, let's say I want 100 expected new paying customers. And let's say I have 10 people in my downline. All right. I have 10 people in my direct downline. All of them have paid. I have an expected 100 of new paying customers. And I can calculate my earnings. So based on this, it says that it will take me 2 years and 9 months for me to earn 1 million O-coin in commission. And I'll earn about 2 million in 4 years, 5 months. And I'll earn 5 million in 9 years, 1 month. Now, this year is like, it would be very, very difficult for me to get. Okay. And as you can see, my first year, I'd be making $196,563. Right? So you can come to this and you can go through it, play around, put in as many people as you want. You know, say I'm going to have 100 of these people. 100, 100, 100. Let's go. Woo! For a total downline of 100, it will still take me 2 years and 8 months for me to earn $1 million commission. All right. So I guess Ash isn't lying when he says, like, this isn't a money-making opportunity. You know? But this is me in Canada. Let's take a minute and let's change this. Their top 10 countries in ONPASSIVE are Bangladesh, Cameroon, Canada, Germany, India, Nigeria, Papua New Guinea, United Kingdom, the US, and Vietnam. Which, just based on that, I know some of you are going, oh wow, what a selection. Let's go to Papua New Guinea. And let's do 100, 100. It's saying that it will still take me 2 years and 8 months to earn 1 million. So that's not great. One O coin, 1 USD is 3.83 for PGK. Wow, what a conversion rate, right? But I highly recommend going to hunbot.net and checking it out. As you guys can see, there's data on viability and market size potential for ONPASSIVE products. You can view data for every country around the world to see how viable ONPASSIVE products and solutions are for every country. Again, you can calculate your real potential earnings. And if you come over here, you can even watch over 350 videos about ONPASSIVE. So I do recommend going there and checking things out. I do understand that people from my country are struggling financially and it's very tough for them, and their network data will be an issue as well. Yes. There really is no reason for many people in your country to ever need a video conferencing app such as OConnect unless they're running a corporate company. Right? I mean, I don't even need it. So, like, Ash specifically went to countries that were struggling financially and that did not have the greatest access to the internet for a reason. And it's because in the other countries, like the USA, most people know what's on the market already. They might not be as knowledgeable where you're from. The internet isn't used as much there. Not as many people have access to it. So it's very easy to go in there with something like OConnect and say, look, this is an amazing product, please buy it. They look at it, they don't have much to compare it to. So that's why he's chosen a lot of those places, such as PNG, Vietnam. Like the list goes on, right? Like it's a little bit ridiculous, but he is marketing this AI tech company to places that don't use the internet often. If I could get $2 million US in 2 years and all I had to do was scam some failed MLMers in India and PNG, I'd be all over that shit. No, you wouldn't. But no one will buy OConnect at its current price for normal use, so potential income is zero for anyone without a downline, which is 99% of founders. Exactly. That's the thing, is that there's no need for this. For its price, especially. That's the thing, is compared to what else is on the market, it's very behind in technology, and then it's more expensive at the same time. So this is what you guys might have remembered. I went through this whole phase where one of the biggest things that I said is that Ash was setting up everyone to fail. And this is one of the reasons why he's setting up everyone to fail. Because when you build a product that isn't even needed on the market, and then not only that, but it barely compares to the other products already on the market, and then it's like double the price, you're kind of setting up everyone to fail in selling that product. Right? Like, why would they buy that over Zoom? You know? Ash has promised people clean water and paying people commissions, and all he does is delay and make people believe. He will not be able to help the people in your country, unfortunately, no. He already had $108 million in his pocket that he could have done something with, that I keep bringing up. That the SEC is now demanding he, make restitution with then. Because he just spent it on himself, took his wife to the salon and spa, bought groceries, bought a bunch of crypto and the likes. So my advice would be to get out of this thing as quickly as possible and try to get your money back. But no matter what, you would still be owed the commissions that you were owed when you were a part of it.
Really in it. I mean,
and do you know what? If Ash was an actual caring person, and this was all about saving humanity and not money, he would have no problem giving you your commission, even if you didn't buy OConnect again and wanted to leave. You know?
not just like go to the back office and like you are cussing at this monster Ash or this, crazy company and all that. That's not the right mindset. So be in it with the right heart, with the right mind. Okay, then things are gonna align accordingly. The second thing is have your own plan. Everybody has a different perspective, different projection, and no matter what we do, we're not going to force you to go to a certain direction. We're going to provide you with the most viable track or vehicle to reach to your desired outcome. It could be different. Not everybody, I assure you, not everybody is here just because of that figure, how much or the bigger or the more is better for them. That's not our success parameters. Our success parameter is like doing it first, rightfully, cleanly, and secondly, making a positive impact, making a difference. Okay, for you and for those who are around you. So please, just try to be mindful. It's not just.
I think we actually did that one day on here, Ricardo. We went and we Googled what the best webinar platforms were. And yeah, they would list off all kinds I had never even heard of before. I hadn't even heard of half of the list. But yeah, no, OConnect wasn't on there. Not for the list of 2024 most popular either that's come out so far. I'm just saying, like, they're not on any of the lists. they're not known at all, right? Hello, Taylor. Good to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Like, that's the funny thing. Like, they're not even in the market. Like, usually when you're in, like, they're not in the competition. Right? Like, we keep talking about them being in competition with all of these other video conferencing apps. But the real honest to God truth is that they aren't even in this competition. Like, they haven't even entered. You know, like it's really that crazy. And like when I say there's hundreds of video conferencing apps out there, I'm not joking. You could probably go and find 100 of them right now if you went and searched it. Right? Like, there's a bunch of them. Okay, we didn't need any more. There was nobody sitting around going, I really wish that they would make a video conferencing app where 10,000 people could all share their screens all at the same time, all on the screen together. Nobody did that. But Ash was like, you know what? They have this really big problem where nobody can do this. And we have to solve that problem. And I was like, the problem you created? Like, what is going on? Not even in the competition. The United States government will send someone to jail for stealing something from the dollar store, but they won't arrest a man who has taken over $100 million and kept it for himself. Please do give us time. I promise that if Ash keeps scamming people, he will end up with criminal charges. It took 25 years to get Bernie Madoff. It took a good decade to get the O-Coin people taken down, which, by the way, the recovering Hunbot had a lot to do with. So, you know, give it some time. Give it some time. It might still happen. But I do definitely share in your frustration with this often. It's the same when I'm dealing with, like, cults. And I'm like, how come the government, they have no problem handing over money to the churches and telling them they don't have to pay taxes. But then when you have a doomsday cult living in a school in one of your provinces, you can't get them removed out of it. Okay? No matter what you fucking do. Damn it. There's a lot going on. The worst thing about Ash is how he convinces founders that they will become better people by investing in ONPASSIVE and then be able to help humanity. He does not lead by example himself. Exactly. It's all just lip service, right? You know? It's all lip service. Do not believe Ash's lies. He is not a god like some of the ONPASSIVE members believe him to be. He's an evil scammer who is taking advantage of people who are financially struggling. Yep. Sam Bankman-Fried is sentenced 25 years for a crypto scam. Yep. And I believe it took a little while to do that. You know, sometimes it can take a good decade to get somebody in trouble for their scam. But when it happens, and sometimes they get cracked down on hard.
Just money is a part of it, but it's not the only thing.
It's not the only thing. And then he
Listen,
looks away from the camera like that, you know? It's like, yeah, okay, Ash.
I believe sharing what the company is, for me, this is me personally, what the company's done and what the company...
Yes, Marty, we get it. You come on here every day and you retell your story over and over again. I think I've heard it 15 times in the last 2 weeks. Sometimes you change it up. It's not even the same story when you tell it. You tell it Monday, it's one story. You tell it Tuesday, it's a completely different story. But somehow you still keep telling it over and over again every single day. You got to come and tell us why you joined ONPASSIVE and why it's so great. And then that helps you.
Yes, is more valuable than the products themselves, or at least equal. But for me, it's more because, look, I've known all these plans. I've seen all these. You can make this in 90 days. They give you some kind of rhyme or some crap. Nobody ever makes it. But when if you can go to somebody and say, you know what this company did, not what best product, whatever, what this company did, and what you did is why the movement that you have. It's what you did is why we have the movement. It's not because, oh, it's the best digital, this best, even though it will be. That's happening anyway. The power of this company is from doing things totally different. Probably the way they should have been done all the time. But yeah.
Yeah, we should have had business owners open up their business and just do brainstorming on webinars for like 5 years without actually doing anything for their business. That's how everyone should have run their business. Just like Ash. You know, then there would probably be only 10 video conferencing apps out there.
That to me is the most powerful part of this business.
Let's play with math. If you're a math, mind, okay? We just played the math, how much the company left on the table, and that's just from OConnect. What if we said, you know what? There are products that we already have. Example, and you have it also. Let's say Tracker. We could have charged also 10 months ago or 6-7 months ago, whenever it was. Okay, do the math. Look how much I care. Okay, and.
Okay, but again, he just kind of threw that out there. Look how much I care. That's part of the problem, is that he doesn't actually fucking care. It's like, yeah, you didn't get things done on time. Like, this thing was running for like 5 years and he didn't even get the payment processor. Like, no, we see that you don't care, you know? We see. My personal opinion that people are looking for opportunities to generate extra revenue, and that's the purpose. Why they want to make changes, but it's not happening. This is a pyramid scheme. So they are all about getting people that are looking for opportunities to make an extra income and then stringing them along. Getting as much money out of them as they can without having to pay out. It's not happening because Ash is being sued for $108 million by the SEC, which means there's all kinds of problems with him getting payment merchants. The banks have a red flag on his accounts. Ash has been a part of other pyramid schemes in the past that may also be adding to his issues in terms of getting things to happen with this one. So that's why things aren't happening here. And because things are going awry with the commissions and the money, now he wants to say it's not about the commissions and the money, it's all about saving humanity. When the high wears off and people no longer care too much about saving humanity and they want the money again, he's hoping by then it will have figured out a way to pay out people. I don't think it will last over the next year. I cringe when Marty proudly tells people what a failure he's been for 20 years, failing to make money online, but his latest scheme is the done deal. It's so embarrassing. I mean, yeah, and technically this is Ash's whole thing too. Yeah, guys, I was in a bunch of MLMs and none of them helped me make money. And then I was in GDI and I became the person that signed up the most people in a week with them, signing up over 300 people into that scheme. So then I made GDI Fusion and it got shut down. So I was a part of Telex Free and that got shut down. And then Pay Diamond, that was shut down. So I made Ashmax. Then I flipped out on everyone and shut that down and got in trouble there. And now here I am with ONPASSIVE. But don't worry, guys, this one's a done deal. This is the one that's going to do it for me. I know I failed for the last 20 years in making a business for people. All right, but I promise you, this one, this will be it. What do you have against Massive?
For any price, it could have added a few more hundreds of millions. You see how much money there? And we have other products. Let me tell you something. You know, Dr. Tariq and Dr. Susan and okay. They're so pissed for how much we're holding and disappointed for how much we're, holding a platform we have. Okay, we don't want to say what it is.
And honestly, out of all of the money-making opportunities, ONPASSIVE has to be the worst one. It's like the only one that's been going for almost 6 years without paying a cent out in commissions. Like, you can join any MLM, any other MLM, and at least you'd get some money in your account by the end of next month. I don't agree with any of the MLM business models, but at least with the other ones, you actually will get something. With this one, it really is nothing and just sitting around waiting. Jelly says, Marty has MLMs all figured out, but just can't seem to see the parallels with ONPASSIVE. I know, he also sits there and talks about how it's not an MLM, they're awful. You know, ONPASSIVE is the way, not the MLMs. And I'm like, ONPASSIVE is an MLM. Okay, but then they thought that if they said they weren't an MLM, then me and the recovering Hunbot would be like, oh, sorry, we only cover multi-level marketing companies. Guess we're going to have to pack up all of our ONPASSIVE stuff and find something else to cover. But that didn't happen because we were like, yeah, no, I've covered a lot of MLM companies that have said that they're not MLM companies. Especially affiliate programs that are actually MLMs. That was a new thing a few years ago. A bunch of companies came out saying that they were affiliate programs. But then when you join them, you actually ended up in an MLM, like business model all of a sudden. You know, like Earthly Wellness being one, made by Modern Alternative Mama, the crazy anti-vax lady that had her kid with a broken arm for 6 days that she refused to take to the hospital. And I remember I covered it and I was like, this is an MLM. And a bunch of people that didn't like me were like, the owner of this says that they don't run an MLM. Queen is just making up that this lady runs an MLM. It was a lot of fun for me. I had a great time laughing at that.
Okay, now, but it's about self-education, okay? And courses and all of that. We could have made even greater than the, because this would open to outside.
I wish I could watch that video to yourself, man, where he stuck up for Modern Alternative Mama and all her anti-vax stuff. I really do wish I could react to it today. It would be so funny. Especially now that like several people have come out and been like, yeah, this is an MLM.
and customers in ONPASSIVE. This could have been viral.
It's like, I don't know, maybe believe the anti-MLM advocates when they tell you that a program is an MLM. You know, just maybe they know what they're talking about.
Okay. The many courses, the connection, and people are ordering. Like I'm talking about by countries, by universities, by colleges, by schools. They're ordering a fraction, just a fraction of that of those items sales. It will be a flood of cash. But we want to have the healthy, solid foundation to be able.
Violet says, what lessons do you think Marty's grandkids are learning listening to this crap every day? It's true. It's true, especially since I know that they're like literally in the same room when he does this often. It's sad because it's like he signed them up already. So it's like, damn, I don't know what to do about that, you know? Nothing good, though. I just hope that they're still young enough to not really realize what is going on. It's going to get awkward when they do grow up, if they do end up realizing. I feel like the newer generations are going to be way more knowledgeable when it comes to scams and MLMs and all that stuff than we were, right? I mean, just because there's so much more speaking out about it now than there was even before the year 2016. There wasn't really an anti-MLM community until 2016, 2017. It didn't really pop off on YouTube until 2019. So, like, that's how new it is. So I'm kind of like, shit, it would suck if you were like Marty's grandchild and he signed you up for this and you had no choice, and then you grew up and you knew exactly what it was and what was going on. And you're like, hey, granddad, could you maybe take me out of the scam, please? I don't want to be a part of it. You know, it would be very awkward. I assume it's very similar to, like, I don't know, kids that leave the religion that they grew up in. It would feel very much the same.
To take that in and process it accordingly. And growing too fast, apparently, is a problematic thing. It ticks off so many minds. You could see that. But that's one thing. The other thing is, from your side, what you want to think about, what if we charged you not $5,000, 10% of that, $500. For those who have used the product, only $500. And let's not say, okay, for 10 months, I'm going to cut that to half. Okay, fair enough? 5 months. For the past 5 months, we just wanted to charge you $500 for something worth $5,000. For you, 5 months, $500 a month, $2,500, we saved you. Again, being ridiculously conservative. I'm playing with math. Just use your calculator if you don't know math, but be aware of the numbers. If we're after the numbers, I'm showing you the numbers. What could we take, or how much you're saving monthly? How much we could earn if we're after that.
Yeah,
so
this is what I should have brought up. The recovering Hunbots earning calculator.
It's just hard to believe we're money-driven mentality, or a money-driven type of company. So, but I have to clear that up just in case, because people are not gonna do their own thinking.
I honestly don't know how they do it, because, like, I'm a mom and I have a hard time keeping up with them and doing all of my parenting duties and everything. Like, and when I do my live streams, that's it. Like, I log off the internet for the rest of the evening. I'm not on that often. I might pop into the Discord here and there and have a chat, but that's about it. I couldn't live going from webinar to webinar. I can barely live going from live stream to live stream that my friends on here are fucking doing, okay? Like, I don't know how you could spend 5 years going from webinar to webinar to webinar all day. It seems insane to me.
There's something called thinking. You should start when you're 3-year-old, okay?
Actually, that's not true. First of all, babies are thinking. You mean at the age of 3 to 4 is when children are able to start to have memory. But the brain doesn't actually stop developing, they've found out, until age 26 for most people. So, I mean, what kind of thinking are you talking about? Because I was a complete idiot until I was 26 years old. That was also the year I got married.
It's a good thing. Try thinking, by the way, for free. If you start thinking, you will realize, yeah, there's no possible way this company is here to pile up that revenue or to cause any
Take care, my dear. If you have any other questions, feel free to pop into my stream or the Recovering Hanbot stream anytime and you'll get a real answer. I'm not going to lie to you. I have no reason to sugarcoat it. I don't make a cent off doing this or not doing it. You know, like, if you join or don't join, it really doesn't make a difference in my life. I just like to speak out about scams. Gross people.
comfort to any user. We're here to give you value, period, and save you money. Save
My wife says I'm still an idiot, affectionately, of course. Yeah.
your time,
That's what
inspire
she
you.
wants you to
We're
think.
giving you the platform to dare to dream again. Put your hopes and dreams again. Okay, that is invaluable. That is unmatched. What I'm trying to say is so valuable to get people to have hope and dream again and come together in a very.
But see, that's the thing, is that this is what bothers me about Ash and ONPASSIVE. It's that if you had created this as just a movement of people coming together and then brainstorming ideas for a business, that would have been one thing. It would have been way more relaxed, you know. There would have been no due dates. You wouldn't have had any promises of products or commission or any of the other stuff, right? We wouldn't have need to pay thousands upon thousands of dollars in marketing, for example. That would have been more honest. But that's not what this is. So it's fine to sit here and be like, oh, it's completely priceless to get people to dream again and to all come together like this and blah, blah, blah. It's one thing to say that, but when this was pitched to everyone as a brand new AI technology that was going to take over the world, right? And that this was going to help people's generational wealth, then you don't really have the right to sit there afterwards and be like, well, at least we're all getting people to dream again. Because at the same time, you're kind of ripping those dreams from them. Like, it's almost like Ash sat out here for 5 years and told these people to dream again and think big and brainstorm all this stuff with him. And then he was just like sitting here now going, yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what you were supposed to get out of this. And it's like, no, you promised them a lot more than that. Ash sounds like a chipmunk, Janine, because they tried to false copyright strike 5 creators that speak out against them. So I need to now speed him up or do something with the picture in order to stop the false copyright strike. I am really sorry to hear that you're hurting for money. Unfortunately, if you got into this, as I want to say most people did because they were hurting for money, this is not going to give you that money. Due to Ash getting sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission in the USA for $108 million, he will not be able to secure a payment processor or merchant, and he won't be able to pay you until at least February 2025 when the SEC case is over. That is the truth of the matter. That is the truth that he will not be sharing with anyone, unfortunately. If I were you, I would not pay for OConnect again. And I would either try to get a refund or I would find another ways to make that money as well. And then wait for the 100% commission that you're promised for whenever it comes. But I wouldn't expect it for at least a year. You know, it's too bad. Well, because they honestly, think of it this way, Janine. I always tell people this. Normal people don't sit around every day and try to figure out how to manipulate people. It's scammers and cult leaders that do that. Ash has about 25 to 30 years of being in scams. Not just MLM scams or crypto scams, but full-on pyramid schemes that have been shut down. He's had another company shut down already. This is his second attempt at running his own company. Technically, it's his third because he tried GDI Fusion. It's just it was more under GDI than it was his own. So technically, Ash, Max, and ONPASSIVE are the only ones that he's really run himself. But it's because he has spent many, many years learning how to manipulate people. Good-hearted people that just want to be a part of something, that want to help people, and then want to make an income doing it. So if that sounds like you, Janine, or if that sounds like you, Miss Leach, that's why. Because he's dedicated his whole life to learning how to manipulate people like you. And he spent a lot of time on that manipulation. He spent a lot of time on here talking to people to convince them. Even this webinar we're watching right now is a little bit of a, manipulation. And him trying to lie about what's really happening with the payment merchant. So don't feel bad for it. It does happen to the best of us. I fell for 2 MLM companies before I spoke out about them. It's just unfortunate when it happens. But I would try to get a refund back. If you can't get a refund, no matter what though, you should still be owed if you paid for OConnect once. Peaceful. Queen is just doing God's work, but there's no God, so I guess it's just her work. But yeah, if you want to reach out to me, my email's on my channel. I'll leave it in the chat as well. If you want to have a talk after this stream, we can.
united, loving community in a divided world.
I'll put it on the
So
screen.
my prayers again goes to our brother, Mr. Kamal, and his mom, perhaps. We hope this will be taken care of by God. It's possible. With your prayers, we hope it will get better. I was talking about everybody, every country, every business entity, every government,
Someone showed up again.
every organ.
You keep having people like jump on the screen still, even though Ash claimed he fixed this issue at the beginning of this. Remember, he was like, "Oh, I fixed the issue. You don't like come in as what was it, a speaker? Yeah, a speaker anymore. You don't come in as a speaker anymore. We fixed that issue." Like, I don't know if you did, Ash. They're still popping up on the screen there.
Organization is somehow on a race to AI. Artificial intelligence is a good target pretty much for the entire world at the moment in 2024. In the beginning of passive creation, we used to say AI is the future, so we have to be on the game. And now it is the present. It is now. If you're starting now and starting to sketch your way in the game, you could be a little bit behind. So you need to speed up and catch up with the game. So
But I thought no one was going to be left behind. So what do you mean if people are only starting now, then they're left behind? They always do that. They always do that. You know, it's like, oh, you never get in too late. But if you don't catch up, then you'll be left behind. And I'm like, hey, all those things cannot all exist.
Thankfully and fortunately, we got in the game, or at least the interest and the kind of like joggling our way in the game in the early stages, so we can learn more and all of that. So we did some practices. We did some
there's like dudes
probably achievements or progress in a way. It's an interesting thing. Now, rightfully, I would say AI is pretty much the same as the internet. It's a sword with two edges. It could be harmful. It could be disastrous. Okay, or disastrous.
Sorry, I had no clue where that was going. And disastrous? Disastrous? Yeah, it's gonna be disastrous, is it?
It could be helpful and useful and valuable to humanity. It's how you use it. So there's a good side of the internet and there's a bad side. There's the monopoly, there's the abuse, there's the defamation, there's the blackmailing.
Just like there's a good side to making money online, and then there's a bad side, you know? Similar.
There is the negativity. If you're in that, God be with you, because
God be with you. God be with all of us, huh?
Early on, I realized social media isn't a good thing.
Ash says here, early on, he realized that social media isn't a good thing. And I couldn't help the first time that I heard that. This is like the fourth time I've heard it now, sorry. But the first time I heard it, I kind of stopped and I went, wait, you realized early on that social media wasn't a good thing, so you were like, let me build my own social media? Seems weird. But then I thought about it for a minute and I was like, you know, I guess if I were Ash, I would also think that social media is a bad thing, because I guess as I was trying to come up with my scam, this awful creator named Spencer Cornelia like showed up and started covering me and telling everyone that I was running this scam. And then I had these other two bimbos all of a sudden show up, and they've been covering the damn thing ever since. So I guess then, no, I probably wouldn't like social media. And I would be like, that's right, I'm making my own hug box over here. But, you know, let's hear what he has to say about it some more.
I realize that it's more negative and it's fake than actual life. Unless you need a hug or a friend and you need attention, you hide behind a username anonymously and you start bashing and barking at everybody there, okay, without
So it was us bimbos, probably, in our crazy subs that come into your streams.
any qualification on the topic. That's a problem. So I didn't subscribe to that personally. You don't see me on the internet. You don't see me on the social media platform for a reason. I don't believe in them. I'm not in need for the corrupt.
But you made ONET. Imagine being a CEO of a company that very much depends on social media and then telling everyone that you're too good for social media. That's what we're watching right now. That's what's happening here. Remember when Marty said he wants to spank Spencer? Yes. I mean, I'd pay to watch that. Maybe on OConnect. But oh my god, I can't, like, Ash, you're literally on YouTube. Like every time that you do one of these speeches. And then you're like, I don't use that social media stuff. That shit's bad. Right, listen. I'm too good for social media. Like, I'm not big on Facebook. I used to be. There was a time I used Facebook often. And then I got into MLMs. And then it triggered me after that. And I don't really like Facebook. I've tried. But just ever since then, it's just never been the same. Same with Instagram. I try to get back on Instagram and use Instagram. And I'm one of those people where I'll use a social media right hard for like 3 weeks and then I'll forget it exists for like 4 months. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, shit, I have an Instagram account. And then I'll like go check it. And then there'll be like people writing me messages thinking that I'm mad at them and that I've like ignored them. And I'm like, no, I just forgot about the damn social media again. That's why I'm not a very good YouTuber. Because I don't really social media, you know, I kind of do, but I just think it's like very weird though to be someone that created like an ONET. Like I never remade Facebook either though, you know, like you like Ash, you literally tried to make your own version of Facebook. So then for you to be like, I don't need it, it's like, well then why the fuck did you think other people would need yours? Like, want to explain that? You know?
Use of them, okay?
I'm confused.
And if you read, it makes you feel bad, right? It kind of like gives you that negative sadness or whatever. So I realized, why should I read? Because nothing good come from that.
But, okay, but see, this is the other thing. If you're running a company and you have to be willing to listen to constructive criticism, okay? Like, I don't understand. It's I'm not the best at constructive criticism either, though. So maybe I can't talk. I don't know. I hear I'm very, very bad at it. Like for example, you know the video that I did where I was doing the speech where it's like, I know who you are, but the speech is actually Liam Neeson going, I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you want, and blah blah blah. Well, I had a bunch of people come and comment to me that I was making awful content because the video was dark. And I was like, yeah, because in the movie that I'm parodying, he's in the dark. Okay? He's in the dark. So I darkened the video and they were like, oh my God, like your camera is like so awful and it's shit. And I was like, yeah, this isn't constructive criticism. Like, you just didn't get that I was parodying a movie, I guess, where he's in the dark talking on the phone. So I made the video darker. So maybe I'm not one to talk, you know? What about the phrase from Ash, if you can't make it in ONPASSIVE, you will not make it in any kind of business? That's a lie. My first question to you, Janine, would be, what makes you think that what Ash says is the end all and be all? You know what I mean? Like if I sat up here right now and I said, if you leave ONPASSIVE, you can make it in any business. Would that statement be as legitimate as when Ash says this statement? Like, what about him gives him the power? Because in my mind, it's only the people that follow him that give him this power. To the rest of the world, he doesn't have any power at all. Not in the tech industry, nowhere. Not in business. So to me, this statement coming from him just doesn't mean anything. I mean, of course he's going to say that. Because he's at the top of his pyramid scheme. He's already pocketed $108 million because of O-Founders, right? So of course he's going to tell you that ONPASSIVE is the one that you should be a part of and put your money into, because when you do that, he makes money off of you. You know? Though he went a bit for saying he had helped shut down a 108 pyramid scheme, Beth and Alonda have put in so much blood and sweat and tears. Well, yeah, you know, he helped.
Direction. You're not going to be inspired on Twitter, all right? Or X now. Okay. So to wrap this up,
Thomas, I think I just have a group of people that, like, no matter what I do on here, I could literally save a baby from drowning and being bombed. And they would still be like, yeah, but Queen only did that because she wanted the attention. You know what I mean? So it's like, no matter what I do, they understand parody, probably. They just wanted to come and insult me under one of my videos.
Has so much ugly, but as well, look what we could do with it. We could bring the world together. We could benefit. We could learn. We could, run businesses. We could operate. Is how you use it. AI is no difference. Is how you use it. So every one of those entities I just mentioned they have that pursuit of AI or artificial intelligence. They want to get there. They know they want to go there. They're on that race.
No, actually, what Jelly said here is you do not need ONPASSIVE or any other MLM or scam to be successful. 100% true. If anything, I actually worry. I did a whole video when I first was making videos in like 2019 where I talked about how like MLMs and a lot of these like entrepreneur opportunities out here can actually have the opposite effect and can kind of like fuck over people's way of thinking of hard work. You know what I mean? Like if you're young and the very first time that you get a job, it's with an MLM company instead of like a nice company that actually cares about you and your well-being and actually does have maybe a family-like atmosphere, it could maybe make you bitter about working and having a career. Have the opposite effect. If anything, I think being in a scam or an MLM can ruin success that you could have in future if you allow it to. You know? And it's a bit hard to come back from. It's hard to come back from when you're in something like that and you lose the trust and loyalty that some people had in you, right? Because they maybe saw through it. It takes you a little bit sometimes to come back from that. But everyone does come back from it. And there's a lot of us out here on YouTube that have been in MLMs. And then we had to go through that. And part of what helped us get through that is speaking out about them and the harms that they do. And helping open up the eyes of other people. And see, Janine, sweetie, if you're 76 and you already have disability or a pension, honestly, you probably don't even need ONPASSIVE. I mean, you could probably have a skill. Okay, like whether it be knitting, sewing, cooking, that you could use where you would make more money in your pocket as just a fun hobby doing it on the side than if you were in ONPASSIVE. I'm just saying. So you really don't need it. And I'm sure that you would be able to have no problem using a skill of yours or thinking of some knowledge that maybe you do have that you could share with other people that maybe they would need to know, or doing something like that, you know? Look in your tool belt. I'm sure there is something that you can do that will make you an income on the side, and it will happen for you way quicker than ONPASSIVE will be able to pay you out. You can almost start your own like small business from your house today. And I bet you would get paid from that before ONPASSIVE would issue you a commission check. And that's how confident I am in that. Like, it's just not going to be happening through ONPASSIVE. They have too many legal things going on right now, honestly. And it's not fair for them to be doing this to people that are elderly, on disability. They've already retired and they're collecting a pension. And this is about 80% of the people they've signed up, by the way. I'd say a good portion are above the age of like 55, 60, which most of us consider to be elderly. People are usually considered elderly by age 65 in most places, right? And so this is what I'm saying. Like, most of the people in ONPASSIVE are in that situation. And it's disgusting. Yes, so what I'm saying, Janine, you have a particular set of skills. Skills you've developed over a long period of time. Yes. You know, but it's just true. It's just true. I bet you have so much more to offer the world that you don't even need ONPASSIVE to do it with. I almost bet anyone in ONPASSIVE is in that situation. You know? It's just the reality, and it's not fair to string people along like they do. It's very selfish of them, and it's completely for their own personal gains. It sucks that they don't care about everyone. That's why I get so angry at them, because they don't care about what they don't think apart outside of themselves. Their little group there, they don't think about what this is actually doing. They claim they do. They're like, oh yeah, no, we think of the effects this has on like other people. I'm like, no, you don't, because you wouldn't be here still if you did.
Like back in the days, they used to say, race to space or race to the moon or race to weapon or, this type of bomb or whatever. Now it's the digital currency or cryptocurrency race or this or that. Now it's AI race, period. And Mark Cuban, a
I'm like one of the only people during this cryptocurrency race that sat here the whole time going, guys, this is a scam. Please don't do this.
Successful American millionaire or billionaire. I'm way behind. Billionaire.
He read as a chef, and he could have used those talents for good. I know for a fact that the recovering Hunbot has agreed with me on this on numerous occasions, that like Red could have a really cool cooking show from his boat, where he does almost like people do van life, but it's like boat life. I'm sure that's a thing. I just don't know about it, but I bet you there's a whole boat life community out there. I didn't just invent it. It probably already exists, okay? And like, he could totally be like, I'm a chef. I live on my boat. This is how I live. This is how I cook all of my meals. Here's how you can cook some cheap meals that you can eat easily on a boat. You know, like, I don't fucking know. I don't live on a boat, but he does. He'd be able to think of something, you know? Like, that's what I mean, though. Is like, it is a shame. One of the worst things about these MLM businesses and these scams and even these cults that I cover on my channel is always the fact that it takes people that have real talent and a real big motivation to want to help people, and it takes them away from those things and then puts them onto the MLM crap. And it really frustrates me. It's like just constantly watching people just fuck themselves over. Just be like, fuck my talents, fuck my skills, fuck helping people. I'm just going to do this MLM thing. It's like on repeat, you know? Janine says, after I was trying to get a loan for ONPASSIVE, my bank saw the lawsuit already from ONPASSIVE, so I could not get a loan. And when I saw that, my jaw dropped to the floor. Right? So, SBC A4V, what you're telling me is if a man grapes a woman and doesn't end up in jail, he's innocent. If a serial killer murders 10 people and is not caught, then it would be a lie to call him a serial killer, even though I watched him murder the last 4 people that he murdered right in front of my eyes. Is what you're telling me. To you, the person isn't wrong unless they're arrested criminally for something. So for the first 20 years, Bernie Madoff was just awesome. Trump is a serial scammer. He actually made a lot of his money with multi-level marketing companies that he would then sell off to other people. I've done videos on Trump and all of his scams. I don't know if that was a good example. Where's my proof of what? What are you asking for proof of? You have to be more specific now. But Trump is a serial scammer. This is why he actually does have criminal charges on him. My proof of what? What are you asking me to prove? You've come in here twice now asking me to prove 2 different things. You said no receipts of an arrest in his past, so he can't be a scammer. When are you going to show proof? Where's Ash's arrest? I've never stated that Ash was arrested. I said that he was being sued by the SEC for $108 million. And I mean, like, I've literally shown it 100 times. But I guess we can show it again. This right here. The SEC's complaint alleges that since 2018, the defendants have fraudulently raised over $108 million from over 800,000 investors across the globe, including in the US. They claim to be developing a suite of computer applications using artificial intelligence. the defendants sold investors positions in a multi-level marketing arrangement for $97, where they would earn passive income from subscription fees paid by later investors. The passive income payments allegedly were to commence on ONPASSIVE's commercial rollout of the computer applications, but as of June 2023, the defendants allegedly had not yet commercially launched any applications or commenced paying commissions. As per the complaint, the ONPASSIVE program is a pyramid scheme. It is now actually April 12th, 2024. Well, it does mean something, though. This is the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. They're the company that regulates all of the money and businesses in the USA. No, they go to court in February. They go to court in February. But I have read through the entire lawsuit and all of the details of Ash spending $108 million on himself. No, he didn't get arrested because he wasn't able to steal that much funds. Sometimes, unfortunately, in our world, people have to lose millions and millions of dollars before the government will pay attention. In this case, it allegedly took $108 million being spent. I've literally been covering this for 3 years on my channel, along with my friend, the Recovering Unbot. Between the two of us and other creators on here, I think we've proven it to be a scam. The fact that it's April 12th, 2024, and this thing's been going since June of 2018, and not one person has been paid 1 cent of commission, and now they literally can't even get a merchant or a payment processor. I have proven it. Go watch my other stuff. Go watch my whole stream where we read through the entire lawsuit. You don't get to come into my live stream I'm doing right now and then make demands of me for what I'm going to show you. Okay? I've provided the proof on my channel. Okay? You, if you're here demanding it, should have gone first and researched me then and all the coverage I've done on this in the last 3 years almost. All I have is videos, no receipts. I've literally shown the receipts. We've gone through the whole lawsuit. The SEC, are you saying they're lying about what they've claimed with all of the proof that they've shown? Speculation isn't proof. Here's the thing. The SEC is not allowed to make claims with just speculation when they make an actual lawsuit. And it is accepted in the civil court. And a date for court is set for February 5th of 2025. That means that enough evidence was provided to the court that they said, yes, this information can go through. No convictions because it hasn't happened yet. Okay? A claim is proof when they literally break down how he spent every single dollar of the $108 million. And we've already gone through it. If you cannot take a moment to go do your own research, like you failed to research ONPASSIVE, okay, then I can't help you. I've posted up this link to the SEC 500 times on my channel since it's been released. On my community tab post, it's all over my Twitter. I've brought it up in almost every single live stream I've done about this thing. If you can't do your due diligence of looking into that, reading through the lawsuit yourself, You don't have a right to come in here and tell me, a woman that's been covering this for almost 3 years straight now, that's been watching it happen and reporting on it in real time, that I don't have proof. When you spend 40 hours researching this thing in a week, come talk to me about proof. Until then, learn how to do your own research. It takes one Google search. One Google search. You say you're not in it. You came in here, you claimed you weren't in ONPASSIVE. You just wanted to be a hater and claim that there was no proof. So you don't get to fall back like the people in ONPASSIVE and claim you were too manipulated to do the Google search. You don't get that excuse. All right? That's for people like Janine or other people that come in that were brainwashed by the people that run this thing. But you came in here and claimed that you're not in it. So you have no excuse to be too brainwashed to do your own Google search. So do your own research. Okay? Research it for yourself. Spend 5 years covering scams and MLMs and cults and what they are. Go to university part-time to try to figure out how to get some kind of degree in that, then come talk to me. Until then, I don't want to hear from you. There's been people that have been waiting for 5 years for a payment in this thing. So to me, you're just rude to those people if you show up here going, there's no proof this thing's a scam. There's no proof this thing's a scam. There's people in my comment section that have been waiting for their commission $1 from this man for 5 years. I show my receipts. I can only lead the horse to water. I can't make it drink. I literally show you what they're saying out of their own mouths to show it's a scam. You can read the SEC lawsuit where they break down where all the funds went to, which I've also covered. You know? If you don't like it, then don't join it. And then you don't gotta worry about it. Because if you're not a part of it, then surely this has nothing to do with you, right?
Okay. He said, whoever nails AI first.
I mean, look how good the OConnect works. It's buffering, the words and the sound and the video aren't syncing up. All you have to do is watch 2 minutes of OConnect to literally know that this thing's a scam. Because if you're making this video conferencing app here, where people can just come in and jump on the screen like this without being invited to, when they're not supposed to be able to, allegedly, because you fixed everything at the beginning, and then really, like, are you delivering what you claimed you would deliver? You know? Alp says, if you believe everything until it's proven to not be a scam, you're in for a very long, sad, poor life. Right?
Will be the first trillionaire, man or woman. I couldn't agree more. That is a profound analogy. I'm not interested in the figure side of it, but I'm interested more on the value. It is so true. I agree.
The value that he adds to it.
Those who can master.
Because the value of OConnect is that it costs $5,000 to run every month.
AI first will be wealthy and successful beyond imagination. But how are you going to use it? Because every one of those directions, they're on a different path. Like some people are using AI for military, okay? Some people use it for hardware, okay, like robotic AI, artificial intelligence.
Oh my god, I almost forgot that the question had something to do with like how do we know that AI is being like not being used nefariously? He's been answering this question for the last 15 minutes. I almost forgot what the fucking question was. But he finally brought it back around.
Certain tasks for us. It's like Tesla or any of the Chinese manufacturers. So
That would
robotic.
be funny,
That's
Takara.
kind of like machine learning and artificial intelligence. And we also know the internet surfing and servicing and marketing and getting those features here and there. That's another thing. So
That's why I always want to hear about how it's not a scam, but they never tell me. Because whenever I'm like, okay, well, what tells you that this isn't a scam? It's like, well, Ash isn't taking any more money from us. And I'm like, oh, okay, but he is planning to in the future, and he's still stringing you along, right? So, I mean, that's not a good enough reason. Oh, because our O Connect came out. Yeah, and it sucks. So that's not a good enough reason. Oh, because Ash isn't in jail yet. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of people that should be in jail that aren't in jail. I mean, Andrew Tate wasn't in jail for a while either. You know, like, what do you want me to say to that?
what exactly you're after or aiming to achieve in artificial intelligence? And I just said off the record that there's good news and bad news. The bad news is no one there yet. So we didn't say per se achieved AI, because what it is, because we have different definition for that target. Everybody's aiming for a different direction, a different destination. This country wanted.
So he hasn't achieved AI yet because everyone's taking this in a different direction. Is how he's starting this off with. Okay. People have had Patreon accounts removed for lesser scams, it's true. If I took 108 million off a bunch of people, I could go a few years without taking more, but he's getting ready to take more soon. Yeah, I mean, apparently in 10 days. Well, 8 days now.
Do that. This country want to get to that part of AI just maybe
Now all the banks are going to be working over the weekend.
For intelligence or for controlling the media or
We need to go back for a second because I don't want to. Did he just say what I think he's saying?
That there's good news and bad news. The bad news is no one there yet. So we didn't say per se achieved AI, because what it is, because we have different definition for that target. Everybody's aiming for a different direction, a different destination. This country want to do that. This country want to get to that part of AI just maybe for intelligence or for controlling the media or the press in a way. Okay. So everybody has a different outcome, and because of that, there's room and there's an opportunity for everybody, because your destination could be.
So, Ash, you think that AI is like divvied out to people? Like what? Everybody has a different outcome that they want with the AI, obviously. Okay, we got that. It apparently goes by country. And then there's enough to divvy out to everyone. As if they're all working on the same project. They just all have different parts of this project. And that's why there's enough to divvy out to everyone. Okay. Okay, I understand where we're at now. I don't understand where this is going.
Different than their destination. So everybody has a chance. So it's an interesting thing to learn as.
Who is the fourth guy? Oh, well, allegedly, even though Ash MUFAREH over here fixed the whole people coming in and automatically being speakers thing, allegedly, they just have two random speakers. This isn't Muhammad Kamal. This is a random guy. It looks like his name. Hold on, I might be able to tell you the name. I can't make out the first name. The last name is Davidi or something like this. But he's from India, and he and the guy underneath him there from Canada, they joined in, and they made it up on the screen there. And they're just kind of hanging out now, even though they're not supposed to be there. And Ash, he fixed that whole problem. It's Niraj, is that who it is? I can't see it, but I'll believe you. What about all of the doctors that got in on passive? I wonder how they are doing. Me too, actually, Janine. It's been a little while since we heard from them. I'm sure a lot of them have left by now, though, to be honest. Is it Gershminder from Canada there? Is that who it is? I can't see the name. I have the play button here for the video in the way of the name, so I can't see the name. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually Gershminder, That makes sense. I mean, the guy has like 5,000 accounts, so. But yeah, they just kind of came in the webinar, ended up on the screen, even though Ash claimed he fixed this issue.
As much as we can. In the past,
you really fixed
because
it
was
well.
like the millennial are more savvy in using those new gadgets and the smartphones and all of that with the technology. It created some discomfort for the baby boomers, and you have to look those terms up if you're not familiar with them. Baby boomers, maybe I think we take a little bit of both.
That's the other bill, isn't it?
They were challenged because they didn't grow up using those technologies. So they would have to acquire them. So some of them, they just, it's complicated. They didn't even want to learn. They were just blocked mentally. So now you have a chance. You could avoid that, say, oh, AI, this is something very sophisticated. It's so advanced and all of that. I'm out of here. I'm not gonna get it. No, I'm going to warn you. You need to understand this part of the.
So Marty cut that part from the playback. He posted, Ash legit said to bring them up onto the panel. That's why they just randomly show up all at once. I was wondering why they weren't getting removed. But yeah, no, that would make sense. All right, the dentist is Dr. Bill Williams. Yes, Dr. Williams. That's the dentist. Bill Must is the Bill Must Productions guy that makes all those lovely videos that we make fun of quite often.
Of our daily life. It's not just the future. It is now. It's happening.
It's
You've
now.
got to have the basic understanding of that, or at least what part of AI is useful to you. No matter how, either a user or a creator of the AI, it is going to be impactful to the point where it could change the course of your financial future if you do that. So here's the good news about ONPASSIVE. We're creating that on behalf of you, so you don't have to dare with the mechanics or exactly what you want to do. So we're creating that healthy, that benign type of AI to ease our life and simplify it. And you just have to tap into that. So we're creating.
Gershminder does have, at least he did have 2,000 founder positions at one point. Yes. Confirmed. Used to brag about it. Actually, I think I brought that up to Ash when I was on the webinar with him because he made some sly comment about it. And I was like, oh yeah, Gershminder has like 2,000. And Ash was like, haha, he has more than that. And I was like, yeah, that's not a bragging thing, dude. I wouldn't flex on that, but okay.
getting that for the crowd in a way. So that's a good thing. And then monetize that. But make no mistake, if back in the 70s, those who worked in the hardware sales and all of that, I don't know, they sold like kitchenware and all of that.
What the
They
fuck are you
became wealthy,
talking about?
millionaires. And then vitamins and nutrition.
Well, like the person that invented the Tupperware MLM? Like, what do you mean?
I believe in the 80s or whatever, okay, they became wealthier. And then those who got in the first .com boom, I'm talking about late 90s and the beginning of the 2000 or the millennium, okay, they became billionaires. Now, during that same ratio, those who will be in the game of AI.
It's interesting to hear this speech from Ash because it gives you an insight into how he thinks. You know? Really, Thomas? Because I've been told that I do say it like that. So, I don't know. I also have a speech impediment, so maybe I am saying it wrong for the Canadians. Yeah, see, I was just thinking of that too, Joe. The .com bust in the 90s. Like, I don't think they're millionaires today. And go research that again, Ash. Like, not all of them are, okay? Maybe a couple. Again, the 1% to 2% maybe, but it's just so interesting though to hear him like explain the world like this. It goes to show how he kind of looks at the world and how he looks at business and how it expands and how people in these careers make money. You know? It's like, gives you some insight into maybe why this isn't working out.
What is possible? I'm not going to claim figures, but it's very much likely going to be either with the B category or greater. Just do the simple calculation. So it is really powerful. And we do that. I was going to get into politics. United States in America is run by some old guys, okay?
I love
they got
my
no clue about AI. And it scares them to death. So, and
yeah, they're not called hats. They're called ticks. Okay, they're called toques. I don't know. When you say hat, I think baseball cap.
I have the evidence for that because they tried to regulate social media and search engine and all of that because of the first.
Did you mean to put the quotations on regulate? Because that would have made more sense, honestly.
Amendment in the United States Constitution, which is free press and free speech. Okay, so to allow everybody to do that, to regulate it, they failed because as of now, it is not a true free speech. It is controlled and manipulated and monopolized by certain players in the game. So that is a problem. So they could not regulate it. How do you expect them to do it when they're like 175 years old? Okay, so they have no clue about the social media. I'm talking about Congress, men and women, and senates. Okay, they're mostly unfit. Mostly, some are probably more knowledgeable, but unfit, uneducated enough, or not educated enough to regulate such a thing. Now, it got even more complicated when they tried to regulate cryptocurrency. It's a powerful tool as well. It could simplify our life, and that is the use of digital currency. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not claiming this coin or that coin or all of that. Okay.
Thane says, same as everyone else, waiting on Ash's benevolence to pay out. Meanwhile, Ash is decanted to Dubai and figuring out how to collect one or two more times from the O founders who are in it to win it. I do believe that. And if you want my personal opinion, I think that it was very much on purpose that the USA was taken off of the website. And then they just, for some reason, didn't think that any of us would pay attention to that. Right? And so then they took them all off. Started to cover it up. But I do think that Ash is taking one more payout. And then maybe he won't be around too much longer.
But at least
not in the US.
It's time for digital money. It could be digital dollar, US dollar. It doesn't matter, okay, what currency, but it has to be digital or digitized. Because I could get on a webinar right now. I'm in the East Coast of the United States, speak to somebody in the UK, across the ocean, and somebody right now in, across the country on the other side in California or Vancouver, Gersminder, and somebody near us is in New Delhi or in.
See, it's funny that you say that. They should have their license revoked, Takara, because a lot of times the doctors in MLMs have had their license revoked already, or they at the very least already have some ethical issues in their background. And instead of being a doctor in their field, they become a doctor of an MLM. I've seen it so many times covering the health and wellness MLMs. It's almost ridiculous. But I do think that if you are in a healthcare profession and you are using that in your MLM or like promoting the MLM to people in that profession and your patients and whatnot, then you should definitely lose your license. Because I do know, and you guys know as well, MLMs will often tell you to get everyone at your work involved, right? Who do you sign up to an MLM? The people that are in your life, like your friends, your family, and then your coworkers. And sometimes it can go to be patients. We've already seen a teacher promoting ONPASSIVE to her classroom, for example. Do I think that teachers should lose their job? They should at least get told that they're not allowed to promote MLMs to kids anymore. You know? The thing is about the doctors and ONPASSIVE, though, a lot of times being a doctor doesn't mean that you work at a hospital, that you're a doctor of healthcare. It means you have your PhD in something. So Muhammad Kamal, for example, which I'll be sharing this with you sometime in the next week in video form, but I'll just tell you now, he apparently has his bachelor's of nuclear engineering. Right? If he had his PhD, he would be Dr. Muhammad Kamal. You know what I'm saying? And then they would probably say, oh, look, we signed up a doctor in this. My father has the title of doctor because he has his PhD in chemistry. So my dad, when he would go, we would travel with him for business a lot when I was growing up, Germany often, and my dad would be introduced. Doctor. And when I was a kid, for the longest time, I didn't even realize. I was like, why do they keep calling you doctor? You don't work at the hospital, Dad. My dad had to be like, well, because I have my doctorate. I have my doctorate of chemistry from McGill University, so I go by doctor. So oftentimes it can just mean that they got their doctorate in something that has nothing to even do with what the MLM is. But they'll use the title of doctor still to manipulate you into thinking that since they joined and they have doctor in their name, that legitimizes this business somehow. You see them do that with Dr. Susan here right now. That's the newest doctor that they've had join, and they're doing that with her, where they're constantly saying, oh, well, she's a doctor and she wouldn't join, and she claims to have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD. We don't know what in, though, or where it's from. And it's amazing to have a bachelor, master's, and PhD listed like they're all separate. I don't know. It's just, you don't usually see that. I'm just saying. Usually to get your doctorate, you first have to get your bachelor's and your master's. I just, you don't see that. It's not usually, unless they're in 3 different things. You're a licensed CPA. If you go near a Primerica meeting, you get swarmed. Yeah. Right? Exactly. And it's just so that they can say that they have somebody in the field. Just to legitimize it. MLMs go nuts if they can get legit doctors. Not these idiots like ONPASSIVE have just wasted taxpayer dollars going to school forever. Yeah. Ash has his doctorate in scamology.
In India, okay? And somebody could be with us in Singapore. It's amazing, powerful. We could do that instantly with this communication.
Yeah, in the USA, you get a master's, then PhD, so you don't mention your master's. Yeah, like here, you would get a bachelor's, and then a master's, and then a PhD. But it's like once you get your master's, you don't mention that you have your bachelor's. Now you have your master's. And then once you get your PhD, you just say, I have my doctorate or I have my PhD. Right? Like you wouldn't be like, I have my bachelor's, master's, and my PhD. Like that sounds silly. It's one of the stepping stones to get to the PhD, really. So you don't really list it. The only time that you would see that, like I said, is if you had it all in different fields. And it was like, oh, I have my Bachelor of Science. And then I have my Master's of Social Work. And I have a PhD in Psychology. Which, by the way, that's about 30 years of school. Have fun with that, But, yeah, no, if you actually do get your master's or your PhD, you only mention the master's and the PhD part. You don't mention the other things. Like, it's weird. And I'm pretty sure it's like that, everywhere. King says in Europe, you also get a bachelor and master and PhD, and you just say the highest ones. Yeah, if it's not in different fields. Exactly. So that's why I was like, either Dr. Susan here, that's quite the fucking education, or she doesn't have an education. Because you would know that. I don't even have any of those things, and I know that just because my father and my mother did. My mother had her master's in neurophysiology from McGill. But my mom would then say, I have my master's from McGill. She wouldn't be like, I have my bachelor's and my master's, which again, she also had to get a bachelor's in order to get, you know what I mean? It's just like, that would be, I've never heard my mom talk about her school like that ever. Not once. Same with my dad. He's always just said, I have my doctorate. So it's weird. It's weird. Marty, I graduated from 5th grade.
If I send you email, if we get on a conference, on a webinar, this and that, unless
wow, Janine, I'm sorry to hear that. Honestly, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm glad that you're okay.
Exchange some funds, it becomes more challenging. I cannot do it to you instantly. What are we going to use? You have to have what I use. We have a different currency. There's a fee to that. There is a security.
Ash claims that he has his degree, but he does it very weird. So he claims he has his MIT, which is a master's in information technology. Okay. But the way that he puts it is he kind of like tricks you into thinking he either went to MIT or Harvard to obtain this. And when we looked into his schooling, it did appear that the school that he had listed, where he actually went, was just one of those degree mills. I don't think Ash has an actual education at all, honestly. Yeah, it's just like a information technology certificate. When we looked it up, you could get it like the alleged MIT degree. And it was, what was it, like 3-month online course, I think it was. And that's just not, that's not the same at all. It's just not.
This and that. So we're not there yet. So, and they also failed to regulate in 2 presidents ago, ex-president.
The school Ash went to is bottom tier. For profit online schools are the ones the government is trying to all but shut down here because you pay a ton and get nothing out of it. Yeah, same here. We have a bunch of them here too. And like it's hard though, because like they're all privately owned businesses. And then it's so it kind of like it's hard to get it shut down at the same time. It's like a loophole. Ash went to Fover. Yeah. I mean, we were kind of like, he might have gone to like a course via Harvard. Because you can like pay and do a course there. But like anyone can do that. You know? It's not the same either as getting accepted into Harvard, which I hear in the US is like really, really special and important. You know, it's one of those big schools. You know, but he's got a mug from Harvard. Do you guys remember there was that live stream where, was it Susie was up with him? And she had a shirt and he had his shirt and his mug. Oh, it was great fun. They were pretending that they graduated from Harvard. It was a good one.
That makes him gigantic, but he's skinny. President Barack Obama, okay? They were...
Oh, you can do them for free? Yeah, probably. That's cool. See, like, I couldn't do them because I'm in Canada. So it's like different, right? A lot of times if you do a program in like the US, it's going to be different. When you go to Canada, then you need to do like 2 years of college at least to like almost redo your education. So that's all that would happen if I did like a course at Harvard. I'd be all like, oh, cool, I passed this course. And then I'd like try to do something with it here in Canada. And they'd be like, yeah, but actually you need the Canadian version. You know? The lawsuit with ONPASSIVE is still active. Yes, it is still active. And if something happens and for whatever reason it is no longer active, then I will let you know. So it is not the legal stuff that Ash claimed happened with the merchant that he worked out. I can guarantee that. So if he tries to tell people that in future, we've already bitten that one in the ass.
On the verge of regulating cryptocurrency. And then they had some attempts within the Trump era, completely blocked in the current, you know, this old guy here. Now, what happened is...
Oh my God, he's still explaining this.
It's not regulated. It's not monitored. So everything can go, it could go either way. In a harmful way, it could be in the wrong hands. It could be in the good hands too. So we're falling behind. And now AI is the race, right? But we still didn't figure out 2 things before, 2 eras before. The social media or the internet regulation and we didn't legislate the proper set of rules for that. And the same thing with the digital currency. And now we are challenged or faced to be ahead of the game
What?
when it comes to AI. So that's why it's a chance
How?
race. But here's the problem. So you hear Elon Musk here, you can say, okay, well, he's an American entrepreneur or inventor.
Oh
True.
God.
But Elon Musk is not working for America. And he's not working for humanity. He's working for Elon Musk. Same thing as X. The core purpose of controlling X is to have that
Oh
power
my.
to control the
Oh,
press and the speech.
imagine. Oh my God. Imagine being so delulu because you made ONET and OConnect that you think that you can compare yourself to Elon Musk. Elon Musk, not my favorite person, but you can't say that the dude hasn't already sent something to the moon and been doing this AI thing for longer than Ash has. Like, I'm just like, imagine comparing yourself to like Elon Musk and you're not doing it as a joke. Like, you're literally like, I've made OConnect and I've made this ONPASSIVE company, and therefore I'm going to beat Elon Musk in this game. You know, I'm ahead of Elon. Imagine.
Period. You hear that from him, not from me. Okay? So that's why if
Wow.
you're going to analyze, should we do it? Is it a good thing, bad thing? You're going to be behind. I gave you the example of United States of America when we're leading in so many things or fields, but we're definitely falling behind with that. China is not messing around with AI. South Korea is not messing around with that. Believe it or not, I was with some reports. I was shocked about how advanced is Indonesia in the game. Look it up, and so on and so on and so on. So there's a massive field open, wide open for the game and the race in AI, artificial intelligence. And hopefully, with our efforts, our good intention, our good desire, we would have a great achievement in what we're doing and working on in ONPASSIVE. That's all I wanted to say.
He actually thinks he's on the same level as Elon Musk.
We just opened the topic of AI. So the possibilities are endless, are limitless. We're in 2024. It's not a question if it's going to be there, if it's important, if it matters to me or not. It does matter to you. It's like oxygen, it's like water, it's everything. You need to be aware of what's happening, or you're going to miss out on the possibilities. Not going to say something is going to happen. So it's good to be aware of that and to be thankful, to be grateful that our company early on recognized the potential and the power of AI. We used to say the power of the internet, but add to it the power of AI now. And now you could just imagine the possibilities. They're endless. All right, let's go back to New Jersey now. You told me to record this. You could sell this course for $3, I guess.
Ash, I want to know one thing.
Per thousand.
I want to know, Ash, one thing as we are talking about AI. So, is there any difference between like a digitization of the things and tokenizations of the thing? Because I'm hearing so many things that like real assets or something like they are getting tokenized, and so what's the difference between these things?
All right. You asked a question. And Ash did it again, where he seems to think that what's going on in the world with AI somehow puts him in a better position, even though they like haven't even started building their AI yet. There is no AI on the ONPASSIVE website like being used other than their chat GPT chat box thing. Okay? which was already in existence and not created by them. That is the only smidget of AI being used by ONPASSIVE. Again, not even their own, right? So, like, I don't understand why he's like, all this stuff in the world that's going on with AI puts us in a good position. If anything, that should be, like, terrifying to him. You know, like, I feel like if people actually did know how advanced AI was right now, wouldn't they be looking at ONPASSIVE and what he has going on for him with AI, which is nothing, and be like, yeah, we're way behind. And we're never catching up. I might as well leave this thing. Ash's Maddie didn't inherit an emerald mine. Yeah, really? Ash is like, I don't know, right? He doesn't seem to know. Your air fryer probably does have more AI than ONPASSIVE, yeah. He's probably using ChatGPT for source code too, probably. Let's hear how he answers this question.
Like I said, everybody is chasing that target in a different way. So there is hardware, like machine, that is taught to act in a certain way. Okay, I'll give you an example, horrible example. Okay, so some drones are trained to identify certain objects and shoot. Sensor, sensor something and take that kind of. So this is a combination between electromechanical, all right, combination. So there's some mechanical, there's electronical, and there is that digitized, a purely digitized thing, like, for example, facial recognition or virtual background or translation or all of that. So there are different aspects of having that predictive analyst for the data, like chat, or you used to call the phone, your bank. If you want to speak to a representative, press this. If you want to check your balance, or you do that. If you want to dispute a charge, that is kind of like binary, yes, no, this, that. So it will
usually just a recording, Ash.
It's trained depending on where you call from or the number you call. And now the same thing on the website.
Right at the beginning.
It's digitized. So you come from this website or this section, the machine is trained to say, okay, you must have a question about a connect or something, or is it about billing? Because like you came just from the wallet, so this is the type of predictive analyst or data that the machine will provide to you. Okay, so we're more interested in that type. Okay, so we're not interested in any harmful technology by replacing the manpower. We're talking about.
Here's the thing about technology, though, is that when you make a technology, unfortunately for you as the creator, you don't get to dictate how it's used. It's just kind of like one of those unfortunate truths, okay? So whatever technology you make, you have to think of both the negative and positive ways it can be used and kind of like prepare for that. Do what you can to stop them from being able to use your technology for negativity, right? So there's things you can like put into place. For example, that you can program your technology, like your AI. I'm sure you guys by now have messed around with some AI where you've had them maybe make a picture for you or something. For example, a lot of the image AIs, I'm sure, do not do pornographic images. Okay, I'm sure there's some out there that do. But for the most part, the main ones used on like Bing, Google, and etc., if you ask them to make you certain images, they will not do it. And that's because their programmers took the time to sit down and say, okay, we're making an AI that's going to make images. There's going to be people that are going to try to use that for bad, like making pornographic weird images of people. And we don't want them doing it with our technology. So we're going to put a blocker in, and it's going to block out certain words. And I know this is a thing because I tried to use an AI bot just for fun to see if we could do some stuff for Tiny Digger condoms with it. And the AI bot was like, I'm sorry, you are using words that we do not accept to make images with, because the word condom was there. It's a sexual word. And I was like, that's cool. I appreciate that. And all technology is kind of made like that. They'll have meetings where they'll say, you know, how will they use this for harm? How can we stop that harm as much as possible? And so the people in this case went, we're going to think of certain words, and then if people request images using these certain words, we're not going to make those images, right? When Ash says we are making AI, but we're not having anything to do with that negative AI, he's removing his ability to do that. And this is part of the problem with having these MLM cult AI companies, is because it is all toxic positivity. And so, no, they're not going to want to think negatively and how their product could be used negatively. And that's how we're going to end up with a bunch of stuff out here made with AI that's going to be used for nefarious reasons, if you want my personal opinion on the matter. See, like Ash is saying, well, our AI, our Al with heart, you know, is not going to be doing anything negative. He cannot guarantee that. Because once he creates this technology and releases it to the world, it is in everyone else's hands. If he has people sell this AI to people as customers, what those customers do with it is what they do with it. And if he's not taking the time to think of these negative things that can be done with it, he can't do any, like, what would you call harm reduction in this sense, I guess. I guess it is kind of harm reduction. He can't kind of plan for that negativity and put in ways that, you know, we can stop their AI from doing nefarious things. And see, like, that's an issue in this sphere. And this is why people that aren't in this field shouldn't just jump in and create MLMs making AI. Okay, like, that's part of the reason. Because the people that are trained in working with AI technology also have training that teaches them how they can lessen the harm of this technology and things that they can do and implement in their technology to help them. This stuff is stuff that Ash does not have. And I would wonder if there is anyone in ONPASSIVE that has this. Because we're often wondering about how much knowledge and education the techs have here. I mean, we all heard that leaked tech meeting that I posted, thanks to Scam Passive. I mean, like, you know, we know. We're not too confident over here in their techs and their abilities. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just a worry. And it's a worry for this whole industry. Okay, and I'm not talking about the MLM industry. I'm talking about the tech industry. It's a worry for the tech industry. I don't think that their industry wants a bunch of these people coming in here without the proper training and ethics and the proper ways to do things. Like I said, they're already taught this stuff, right? So it's a lot. It's going to bring about a lot of problems with ethics down the line, I feel like, as well. You know, we had a similar issue come about when, like, pot was legalized, and then all of the edible pot MLMs came to surface, and it was like, oh my God, get them out of here. We just legalized the stuff. They're going to ruin it, damn it. I have a similar feeling with, like these AI and technology MLMs with the tech industry. It's like, no. Get these asshats out of here. They're the ones that are going to be ruining it. You know? And it's worrisome to me. And it just goes to show how little he knows about it to like make a statement like that. It's like, that's one of the first rules of technology, by the way. One of the very first things that you learn if you go into any kind of technology field is that you have to be careful, like, what you make, and you have to think ethically of, like, where's it going to go? Can it be used for harm? You know? So, come on, Ash. Ash keeps saying that AI doesn't write its own code, but that's 100% not true. Computers have been writing their own brand new code since 2022, probably before, really. Probably. There are several AI projects where AI is improving itself through better code, iterations. You would think Ash would know that if he was 5 years ahead of everyone else. Yeah. Right? That's why he should have probably just shut the fuck up and not started doing these Wednesday webinars. There was a little period where we almost couldn't call him out in a lie because he just wasn't talking. Should go back to that, Ash. Mr. Level says, AI is writing code and it's starting to improve, repair itself, which is scary, but ONPASSIVE is not close to that level. Not even in the same universe when it comes to development, right? Like I said earlier, they're not even in the competition. Never mind winning it. They're not even entered in it, in this race. Like, Ash keeps talking about this AI race. All right, they're already racing. They've been doing laps. Okay? And Ash is just signing up now. And he has to catch up to all their laps. And there's some out there that have been doing laps. They're on lap 300. There's no way that he'll be able to ever catch up to them. Not even in the race.
Giving the user more possibilities and more abilities to accomplish more within the same activities, and they have to do less, or they will do less and achieve more. That's the type of AI we're interested in.
They will do less and achieve more.
Thanks.
So if somebody has that notion, oh, is it going to replace us or is it going to attack us? That is complete nonsense on the proper way, but it's actually it's insane and stupid to think that way. We create the code and the software for AI or for the machine. The machine is not going to wake up and think, you know what, I'm going to take over the planet. That's in the movies, okay? It doesn't happen unless.
Oh, Ash, there's a good portion of AI in our world right now already on the market being used that they call self-teaching. Do you know why they call it that, Ash? Because the AI will literally teach itself. It will train itself. It learns on its own. Like, I don't know how you make statements like this, and then you're like, but I'm the CEO. And like, yeah, you have to make the AI. But what you just said, like, I guess it's a complete 180 from what you used to say. Because honestly, a couple of years ago, I swore to God, Ash thought that AI was actual robots typing on computers. Because the way that he would like describe them, he wasn't describing AI technology. No, he was describing robots working for him and stuff. So I guess we've come a bit of a way. He's learned a little bit. Because now he's saying like the opposite of what he used to believe. Because 2 years ago, you would have been like, these AI robots, they're crazy. They can do anything. They can run businesses and steal jobs from people and blah, blah, blah. That's what we're doing. You know? It's just like, how do you say these things? Why do the Three Stooges go along with everything Ash says when this info is readily available? A lot of it, they're probably not looking at the info that is readily available. I feel like even Marty, with those ads that he does where he steals the AI technology from other places and then infers heavily that it's from ONPASSIVE in his ads, as we've talked about. When he's looking for those, he's not looking for them in terms of like, let me learn about what AI is doing, you know? No, he's looking at them out of eyes that are just looking for things that he can use to manipulate people into ONPASSIVE with. So he's not even really picking up on it, you know? It's like they have this cognitive disconnect. And for these three particular, Chris and Red and Marty, they've been trying MLMs for like 20 years. And they finally figured out that the only way to make it rich in an MLM is to be in the top 2%. Ash promised them a spot in that top 2%. So they know that as long as they just stick it out long enough with him, this is all supposed to pay off for them. Probably nobody else, but like, you know. So they just agree with anything he says. It's a lot easier to think when other people are doing it for you. And they do really believe in Ash. He's known them for longer than this thing's gone for, unfortunately. Excuse me. He's known these guys, most of them, for probably around a decade. Especially these three. So they believe in him. I think that he already has kind of a worked out deal with them. And that's why Marty's getting the O Connect for a year at a time as well. Ash probably started this thing and worked out a deal with them. Like, hey, you guys come and join my MLM now instead of doing GDI and the crypto thing. And I'll make sure that you're at the very top of it and you get paid. And for people that become serial MLMers, they end up believing in the MLM process so strongly. And some of them get so into it and the lifestyle that they won't stop until they find a gig like this. And then they know that they've struck their gold, right? And I think that's why Marty keeps doing these fucking speeches about how he's been in 20 years worth of MLMs and they've all failed, but this is the one. He's trying to convince himself. Really. He doesn't have to tell us that every day. Yeah, Marty, you're you're kind of easy to read. I'm just saying. So he's sort of trying to convince himself. I think that things are a little wonky. But it's basically like they've waited 20 years for this opportunity. And they finally got it. They are the top dogs of the MLM. So Ash could literally say anything. He could probably be like, Marty, I want you to murder your firstborn child for me. And Marty would be like, all right, as long as Chris helps me hide the body. And we do it in silence, you know? Like, literally. It's sad, but it's the truth. You know? You wonder if Marty, Chris, and Red will get jail time if Ash does. See, the thing is that they aren't above reprimanding either by the SEC. or by the FTC in future. And if this thing ever does start exchanging money and they're at the very top of it and they continue to promote it so publicly and openly and like every day as they do, and they continue on, and Ash ever did get jail time for this, it would be a very high probability that they could as well. And I've already warned them of that. I've done many a stream reacting to Red, Chris, and Marty, where I have, in my reaction, literally said to them 2 years ago, you might want to get out of this thing now. Because if you continue on down this road, you're going to be too deep in it. And then if Ash ends up in criminal charges for this, you're going to have to watch your backs too. It has happened where they've gone after the top people in MLMs before. Especially once income is actually being exchanged with commissions and whatnot. You know, like, I wonder sometimes if, even if they could pay people, if they would right now. I think they know that they can be in a lot more trouble once money is exchanged. We've talked about that a lot too. Right? They get in less legal trouble, funnily enough, sometimes before the money is exchanged. Which is why them giving the commissions isn't going to make the SEC case disappear either. You know? If the DOJ gets involved, it'll be interesting to see who flips first, right? Hopefully the SEC will demand any payments back from them. I mean, they can even get in trouble with the FTC for their illegal income claims that they keep making. I've reported them. But I think the FTC wants to wait until they actually get income.
The machine one day will write its own software, okay, and decide I'm going to do some evil things. It's not going to happen, okay? So relax. There's no way.
Well, that's because, again, like I said, Jesus Christ, Ash. I just want to finish up the stream. It's getting late here now. We're going for like 4.5 hours, damn it. But Ash, the reason why the AI can't do that is because the people think of the negative things that can happen with their AI, and then they program it to stop it from having that ability to be able to like turn on itself, if you will, or turn on people and like attack people, like you're saying. If you don't sit down and think of these things, then you won't be able to implement that. So maybe your AI actually will do that, Ash. Okay, how would you know? You might create Judgment Day. And then what? I don't think Arnold Schwarzenegger is coming down to save me, so you better think about that.
That the machine will overtake humanity. No. But there are some evil usages of the uses of the AI. We're on the good side. Of course we are. And once again, Eid Mubarak, everyone, and go enjoy the day. Perhaps don't choose Google for New Jersey language. I put that, and it gives me, we don't support such a language. If you're in Bangladesh, you don't know what we're talking about. That's a Florida man thing. If you don't know what a Florida man means, you have to live in Florida.
No, you don't. You don't have to live in Florida.
I am a guest.
Anyway, that's the end. We finally made it to the end. Thankfully. I didn't know if we were going to there a couple times. But I mean, okay, so remember how this began. I know, it's been a while. It's been like 4.5 hours. I'm asking a lot of you guys at this point. But just remember how this began. that they had done a webinar for an hour at 6 a.m. that they made everyone go to because they were told Ash was going to be there, but then he wasn't there. So they finished that. And then 10 minutes later invited everyone back so that they could drop this important news. What was the important news? Anyone? Did I miss it? Because the people in ONPASSIVE are taking the important news as Ash saying that in 10 days from the 10th, meaning like on the 20th, that the final extension would be over and everyone would be getting paid by the end of this month for sure because, you know, it should be starting on the 20th. But I didn't hear that. I heard him say it would probably, most likely, hopefully be the last time that he extended the OConnect. Right? But damn! You just sat through an hour. You get through at 7, you're like, oh God, that was a hard webinar to sit through, man. Those 3 dudes talking on about their story again. I listen to it every day. And then you come back for that because listen, like they're like, you have to come back for it. It's very important. You get there and then that's it. That was the news. I feel very upset for the people that were made to return to that because there was no fucking news as far as I'm aware. All right, it was the same as the week before where he listed off a few new things that he did with the OConnect. He changed the sizes of some buttons. You know, added some color here, did some stuff over there. And then that was it. And then this will hopefully be the last extension. But he didn't say for sure it was. But Red and other people seemed to think that he said for sure it was. And that's what we'll be listening to next week. We're going to be making fun of some people that claimed that Ash definitely said that they would be getting paid in 10 days. Starting off probably with Red, and I also want to hear from Mike Ellis, by the way, because he has returned over this last week to do some streams. I am con Julio. So, again, no important news, but I am glad we listened to it because if that webinar did anything, it kind of gave us a bit of an insight, like I said, into how Ash sees the business world and how it works, how people make money in it, and how Ash sees like the whole tech industry. And maybe it explains a little bit why his company isn't really working out the greatest, you know? Because it's very unrealistic. I want to thank all of you for sticking this one out with me again. I mean, I maybe didn't stream a lot this week, but I've pretty much streamed the same amount in the last 2 days as I would have had I done a live stream every day this week. So yeah, you gotta give it to me for that. I hope that all of you have a fabulous, fabulous rest of your day. Have an amazing, amazing weekend. And I will see all of you on Monday for MLM Monday. There might be a surprise video going up over the weekend. If I can get it done, I don't know. Don't hold me to it, but maybe. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you all for MLM Monday, where we're going to be reacting to some Mike Ellis, by the way, because, you know, it's been a while. And I need a break from Marty and Chris because they're driving me insane. I love you all. Thank you for sticking another one out with me. That was so long and so crazy. I appreciate all of you. Have a marvelous weekend again. And just like always, here is your favorite song, favorite version, In It to Win It.
My name is Ash MUFAREH, and I'm your friend. My name is Ash MUFAREH, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
Shining bright into the future, we rise high.
Call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana. All right, no joke. Is that the call?
Hey, hey, hey.
And I'm your friend.
That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my own. And it breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name is MUFAREH. If you're rude, if you've been doubting or spying, or we know who you are.
Stop going there. She wants to be the first to make us look silly.
Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there asking for a debate. That's the lady I brought on. Her debate with Freeman and Ash. And another Queen of Karma asking about why don't we answer the question about religion. I think we've answered that over and over again.
I've been answering them all morning long. It's not the answer you want, but
Yeah.
only Reverend Jim Jones. Okay? Let's go to Guyana. All right, no joke.
Alright, this is a great way to start your day. Come here and tune into crazy guys talking about their experiences. My name is MUFAREH, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Elch, by the way.
And I'm your friend.
Stop going there. That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my own YouTube channel. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name's MUFAREH.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Have a fabulous weekend, and I'll see you on Monday.
Stop going there.
Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there.
My name is MUFAREH, and I'm your friend.
Let's go to Guyana.